This is Libby Road and the Sound Epistemology Podcast. Dali from Juggling Lessons joined us as our special guest in our Street Epistemology Clubhouse Room, and this episode of the podcast is a recording of that event. Dali helps me juggle questions from the audience, and there's an interesting open discussion that follows. By the time you're hearing this, we've moved our Saturday Street Epistemology Room to the Street Epistemology Club. So if you want to be part of these discussions, head over to Clubhouse and join the Street Epistemology Club. We'll be doing rooms to provide a resource for folks who want to learn more about street epistemology in a positive and inclusive learning environment. Let's roll into today's podcast.
So this is Atheism Club on Clubhouse. We run the Street Epistemology Room every week, thanks to the dedication and efforts of David and the support of Early and myself. It's one of our most valued and consistent rooms under atheism, so I invite everyone to join us all Saturdays. I'm Alfonso. I founded Atheism Club. I was a Hare Krishna, a Christian, now an atheist, and I also love art. I'm going to introduce David Venegas. He's our host for Street Epistemology Saturday rooms. He's a musician, outdoor adventurer, and a student of street epistemology who is interested in having productive conversations. He also runs the Sound Epistemology Facebook group and the Chapman Bay YouTube channel. So follow him there, and you will see some very valuable content on street epistemology. Early, who's supporting our rooms, is currently at work for a computer software company as a workflow developer. He there helps organizations solve and automate a variety of business processes, and was raised Seventh-day Adventist until his early 20s when he started to read and understand science and epistemology, which led him back to the default position of agnostic atheist. Amongst his passions are, but not limited to, coding, hobby, electronics, photography, running, and the outdoors. Our guest for today is Dali Sadhana, a very well-known street epistemologist in the community on YouTube, known as Juggling Lessons. He's been practicing street epistemology in public since February 2020. After learning from the examples of Anthony Magnabosco since 2015 and Read Nine's Wonders since 2017. Dali hosts practice events on the Street Epistemology Discord, so feel free to join the Discord server that Street Epistemology has if you want to practice some. He has like I said earlier, he has a YouTube channel. There's a deep dive on street epistemology. Dali has been very busy in 2021 on a street epistemology course development team. They're coming up with a method to help others learn about it. So welcome everyone. Early, I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you, Alfonso. So yes, my name is Early. I will be helping the facilitation of the room today. After David and Dali have their conversation, we will have questions from the folks on stage. Next, we'll have people with raised hands. We'll bring them up on stage one at a time for questions. And we just ask that once your question has been satisfactorily answered, that you please move yourself back to the audience. Let me know if you need help with how to move yourself to the audience, and I can assist you with that. Or if you have any questions, let me know, and I'll give you a hand. Also, once we are done with the Q&A from the folks on stage, we will have, in bringing people up one at a time, we'll have everyone come up on stage for popcorn Q&A. I also want to remind everyone that this room is being recorded. And if you need any assistance, please let me know. If there's any questions that you want to ask to the folks on stage, and you do not want to come on stage, also feel free to send me a message through the back channel. I also want to repeat what David mentioned earlier. If there's a claim that you have as well, feel free to send me a back channel, and we'll investigate that here on stage. Thank you. Go ahead, David. The floor is yours.
Thank you, thank you very much. Thanks, Alfonso, again for having us back, and to Early for facilitating the room. It makes it so great to have it run smoothly, and create a learning environment. I really appreciate you guys uh, doing this with me. And thank you, Dali, for hanging out with us today.
Sure.
Um, yeah, I'm really excited to have you on, and have your teaching skills available to us. Um, I mainly am a student of SE. However, I'd like to teach other people what I've learned so far, and I'm really excited to have you help me uh, do a little bit of that today. So thanks again. Um, so as Alfonso said, my name is David. I live in Olympia, Washington, near the southern shores of the Puget Sound, the body of water near Seattle, which is how I came up with the name Sound Epistemology. And you'll notice on my profile photo a ferry boat on that body of water, and that's what I'm interested in. A ferry boat is a method someone uses to arrive at a destination, much like epistemology is the method someone uses to arrive at a belief or a conclusion. And I'm interested in the solidity of your ferry boat, and more importantly, how you concluded that your ferry boat or your epistemology is reliable. So epistemology is the study of knowledge, how we know what we know, and this is where street epistemology comes in. Street epistemology is a compassionate conversation tool that creates a space for us to respectfully explore the sufficiency of the reasons and the reliability of the methods our conversation partner uses to support a high level of confidence that a claim or a belief that they hold is likely true. We do this by asking questions that focus on the actual reason that holds the most weight and gives them the opportunity to align their confidence in the belief with the soundness of the reasons and the methods that they're using. So you can view it as less of a debate and more of an inquiry. So instead of giving facts about why you think they're wrong, which seems to be rarely effective, street epistemology explores why they think they are right. Important aspects of street epistemology are active listening, mirroring, modeling, steel manning, sincerity, honesty, clarity, being charitable, all while encouraging your conversation partner to take a deeper look at their view and what causes them to be confident in it. So at the end of a street epistemology conversation, ideally both parties will have a better understanding of the claim, the terms being used, the main reason for believing the claim is likely true, and if that level of confidence is justified. So we're not necessarily investigating the truth of the claim. It's important to understand your goal before the conversation begins and to be clear about the interlocutor's relationship with reality and truth. Uh, there are lots of examples of these types of conversations online. specifically on YouTube. You can find some of those conversations on Dali's Juggling Lessons YouTube channel, Anthony Magnabosco's channel, Reed Nicewonder's Cordial Curiosity channel, and tons of others. I'm available to have one-on-one chats with you if you're interested. Ideally, I'd like to record it and upload it so that we can have more examples of productive street epistemology conversations with which people can learn. You can contact me here or any of the platforms you'll find in my bio. We can examine a claim you have or just talk about street epistemology. Basically, my goal is to expose street epistemology to as many people as possible and to make it more mainstream. I'm going to go ahead and pass the mic to Dali. If
Okay.
you'd like to expand on that, tell us your thoughts, how you got started with all this,
Okay.
and welcome to our room.
Thank you. How I got started with this. Well, let's see. I had a real crash and burn with a friend of mine who was a flat earther. Busted the relationship over it. This was years ago, many years back. And so I started looking for better ways. And I had been following Anthony Magnabosco from about 2015. I think the conversation happened at 16 or 17. I forget. And I really recognized how badly I did on my side of the conversation. I had listened patiently for a long time. And then when I started pushing back with facts and ponage and things, it ruined the relationship. So I was trying to find a different way. Anyway, that's where Anthony came in, and then later Reed with Cordial Curiosity. I also learned a lot from Dr. Tyrone Wells. Let's chat. And then I got to meet Reed and do public SE, and that started up a whole new hobby, which led to, well, soon the pandemic hit. So I moved myself online and took what I had learned and started running practices and demonstrations online on the Chatterbox and the Street Epistemology Discord and various other things, and started a YouTube channel last July. And anyway, that's how I got started. My thoughts, I heard, David, your introduction and summary of street epistemology, and it seems like you've been looking over the shoulder of our course development stuff. Lots of lists and descriptions of what it's about. Good stuff. I understand today we've got, it's like Q&A. We've got people with claims. I'm not sure what order we're going in. Am I answering questions? Am I giving an overview of street epistemology right now? What's the goal?
I've got a couple of questions for you, and then we'll have Alfonso and Early ask you some questions if they have some, and then we'll open it up for audience Q&A one at a time.
Good.
And then we'll have, if we have a claim that we want to examine, we'll do that and then have the open discussion.
Okay.
So what I was wondering, what's the most challenging thing for you about having an SE conversation?
Getting the interlocutor at this point. The other challenges that are really common for people when they're learning street epistemology are mostly learning to shoot their messenger and keep track of the 5 or 6 ways in which they could crash and burn and not do those. As far as anymore, that's become a bit second nature. I can just put that on like a hat or a shirt and go into SE mode. So at this point, just sitting in the park, waiting, inviting people. We will maybe sit in the park for 4 hours and get 4 to 8 discussions, which means we might be waiting half the time. So that becomes the most effortful part, getting interlocutors.
So just initiating the conversation itself.
Yeah. Speaking with enough people that you play the odds, and some of them are willing to sit down.
You mentioned shooting the messenger. I've heard you use that in
Mm-hmm.
some of our chats that we've had back and forth
Mm-hmm.
on the live chat stream, but I was wondering if you could tell us what that means.
You bet. I think that was a term coined by Peter Boghossian. Usually, when we mean shooting the messenger, that's a negative thing. That's punishing somebody who delivers bad news. In our case, it's shooting our own messengers. It's shooting the internal messenger, the one that says, "Oh, but I have this fact, and if you just knew this fact, you would change your mind." So it's all about direct messaging. It's all about saying what I think is true, especially if it is um, against someone's conclusion. And the issue is, it's not that it's wrong or inappropriate to say what you know. That's actually the normal course of conversation. But that's the beginning of defensiveness also. If I stake a position, now we can arm wrestle over it. And we can arm wrestle over that fact and forget to get down to the reasons for the other facts. So it's like arguing over a fact is like an off-ramp. You're not going to get to the destination. You're going to stop here and quibble.
Hmm. It kind of reminds me of like a meditation practice when instead of following a specific thought that comes
Mm-hmm.
up and getting distracted by that, it's almost like, letting that go and not really chasing
Mm-hmm.
after it.
Yeah.
Uh, that reminds me of what you mean by shooting the messenger. Is that
Yeah. Yeah. I think the term shooting a messenger is a little bit, first of all, it has a colloquial meaning that is different. So that's weird jargon. And secondly, it seems much more aggressive than the actual thing. The actual thing is much more like just release it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We've been trying to come up with interesting names for rooms, and so maybe shoot the messenger might go on that list of possible room names that we can attract people. Yeah, awesome. What do you think is the most misunderstood aspect of street epistemology from your experience?
Hmm. Um, okay, let's see. So people on the outside think it's going to be about gotcha questions. And I think it's only gotcha questions if you're doing it very wrong. Uh, Another one is that it's strictly about atheism, or the atheism theism question.
Hmm.
Uh, while that was kind of important to some people that got started, and it certainly is popular in the atheist community, street epistemology applies to all claims. I don't vet people's claims. When we're sitting in the park, we'll often have some provoking questions sitting out there, but they can bring anything they like.
So SE can be used on any claim.
Yeah, it can be used on claims that are uh, anything you believe. It could be from physics to religion to woo to nutrition to medicine to cat care.
Are there any claims you would not examine with someone?
That's a context dependent question. When I'm hosting events on the Chatterbox, we have a rule that any claims where arguing for one side or the other of it would be a violation of terms of service, we won't touch. So if you want to come in and say the Nazis weren't so bad, I just pass. And though in other environments, I have no trouble uh, hearing claims like that. So it's a context dependent question. It's the rules of the venue.
Got it.
For
Yeah.
example, if we're in a family friendly environment, I'm not going to get into a porn claim.
Okay.
I mean, we could talk about porn in a very loose sense, but whether porn actors should wear condoms or something, that should be maybe not in a room with kids.
Right.
Yeah.
Got it. R-rated claims
Right.
or
Yeah.
X-rated claims, I guess.
There are R and X-rated claims. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Um, is there anything that you would do specifically differently when teaching street epistemology to atheists specifically?
Yes, I have. When asked to present claims to groups that are specifically atheist groups, uh, I always make sure to include at least uh, one theistic role play or claim, because oftentimes that's what they're very interested in. Theistic or atheistic, I can do either one, and then I'll actually also make sure that there's one that isn't, because I do want to demonstrate that SE is not all about religion.
Hmm.
Uh, yeah, I handle the claims very much the same, with the single exception of what we call the F bomb, or when they bring up faith. Very important that the street epistemologist not bring up the term or the idea of faith first. Uh, don't ask about faith unless they bring it up first.
Is there anything else like faith that you would give that same kind of advice?
Okay, when dealing with a flat earther, don't be the first one to bring up gravity.
Okay.
It might be topical like that.
Let them bring it up, huh?
Yeah, let them define it, let them bring it up, because different people can include ideas differently. And if you start having them defend an idea that is tangential to their thing, they will often call you on like overgeneralizing, and that can cause rapport loss. Wait, no, I'm a Catholic. You're making me defend the Protestant view. Something like that.
Right. Almost
Yeah.
almost a straw man situation.
Right, because you're asking them to defend something that you've just assumed that they're holding because they said they're a creationist, and so you assumed they're a young Earth creationist.
Right. Got it. So you have a teaching background, right?
Yes, I've taught photography and Photoshop and juggling and corporate software, and now street epistemology.
And you mainly teach street epistemology in the Discord, is that right?
Yeah, Discord and on YouTube.
Okay.
I think of my YouTube channel as a little bit of creating teaching examples, or just creating a library of examples to make teaching materials from, something like that.
What could somebody expect when going into the Discord, say for the first time,
Hmm.
and wants to practice or learn more? What could they expect to find in there?
You should expect that if you come into regular practices, we're all like um, a lot like this, in that there's hosts and protocols and formality, uh, and one-on-one speaking, those kind of things. And that if you come in the rest of the time and you say at practice SE, that's how you call people who have opted in for that, that you'll get a mixed bag of people who are some good at it and some really terrible at it, and along with a few trolls. But the moderators are pretty good with the trolls, but we do like to engage with our critics, so we don't throw people out for trolling. We do throw people out for like insulting or breaking the rules a lot.
Mhm. Alfonso, early, do you have any questions for Dali before we get some questions from the audience?
Um, before first of David, it's okay if I maybe do a quick room reset, just to kind of
Absolutely.
remind the folks of the format
Yes.
here. Yeah, so currently we are transitioning to the Q&A from the folks on stage. After the short Q&A, we're gonna have folks from the audience with raised hands come up and ask their questions one at a time. We just ask that once your question has been answered, that you bring yourself back to the audience, and so we can go ahead and bring up the next person and have give them a chance to ask their question. Once we're done with that, we're gonna go ahead and bring up everybody onto the stage. Anybody that wants to come up for popcorn or Q&A conversation. If you have any claims, if you have any questions that you want to post to Dali or anybody here on stage, feel free to send me a back channel message on the little paper airplane on the bottom right hand side of the app, Clubhouse. So yeah, go ahead, David. Well, actually, yeah, Alfonso, if you have any questions for Dali.
Thanks, Early. Just to let you know, I turned hand raising off earlier, so whenever you're ready, Early, you can turn it back on.
Okay.
Yeah, I do have a question. It's my usual question, I think. How do you tackle getting, or no, I should say, how do you get into the spirit of I call it, I call it the demon of street epistemology. It's a whole mindset. It's a whole way of approaching an interaction, and it takes such intense listening and letting go of the reactive mind that wants to challenge or question things. So how do you find? Like, does it take passion? Does it take patience? Does it take studying?
Okay, I was going to actually answer the how do I do it within the minutes ahead, and I'll do that first, and then I'll go to the larger, I suppose. I've tricked myself into, I put on a Street Epistemology t-shirt, and it's like donning a uniform, and or like putting on a hat, and I can invoke it in minutes that way. I think that's just part of the way I'm wired. Is if I don the tools of a role, I jump into that role pretty quickly. I used to, before practice or before any live stream, take about an hour of not taking anything else in, and just mostly not speaking to people other than pre-show kind of things, and get myself into the right headspace. Not watch videos. Remind myself of the goals that I'm trying to get to. And as I've done this more and more over the last year or so, that process becomes shorter and shorter, faster. And now I put on a Street Epistemology shirt and I'm ready to go. Now, the longer range passion, I guess that just comes down to, why have I chosen those goals? My goals are very much like what I've just heard about, spreading street epistemology to a lot of people. I think this is, of the things I know how to do well, one of the best things I can do for society overall. I think if a lot of people became exposed to street epistemology, or the ways of thinking or the ways of communicating that we embody, that we could reduce a lot of polarization. We can reach across boundaries and fix a lot that is going to hurt our society.
Thank you. Yeah, that was a great answer. Thank you.
I have a quick question from the audience. Dali, could you give us again your YouTube channel?
Sure, Juggling Lessons. It's a small channel, so if you're searching, just type in Juggling Lessons channel. Juggling Lessons is all one word. JugglinGlessons. And that was an email address and public handle that I got back when I was teaching juggling at Renaissance Fair.
Awesome, thank you. So yeah, I think my first interaction with you, again, guys, let me know if it's too loud here. Trying out a new location and it's outdoors, so pardon the background noise. I think my first interaction with you, Dali, well, actually, it's the first time I saw you was with Reed, Anthony, and forget the other folks that were on stage, but it was doing the those review sessions that you guys do
Yeah,
which
the SE review stuff. Yeah.
yeah, and I kind of want to maybe plug that as well, because it's such a unique opportunity to have you guys, like, all of the top people doing this, right? Kind of reviewing and pausing the video and analyzing what's happening. I don't know, maybe you can maybe tell the audience a little bit about that, as a
When
way
we
to
have
kind of link it.
time and can get us all together, we do about one or so of these a week, where we'll take usually a recent SE video, and every once in a while we'll reach back into the archives if we think there's a good point to make, um, and we review a an SE interaction. We try to to only go about 2 or 3 times as long as the actual video. That can be a challenge sometimes with 4 or 5 of us talking, and it's a real good time for us to get together and learn from each other's perspectives on the thing. Uh, Also, a lot of the people that are in the SE review are also on the course development team. So, as we review things, if you read the course later, you might find that some of the language got in there, things like that. So, uh, it's a street epistemology is very much a bottom up, peer teaching, peer kind of thing. We don't have should I say that I'm of the school of Magna Bosco? I'm not really sure. I'm not sure that we have that clear um, a hierarchy. So it's really good when all of us can learn from each other.
Yeah, so great. Yeah, I've really enjoyed watching those sessions when all of you guys get together. I have my question is, around your interactions while doing SE. I'm curious to know of maybe any positive interactions, or maybe a time when an SE sessions went maybe the ideal way, where somebody either came out with new questions about their beliefs, or they changed their mind, or is there any sort of positive interaction that we've had um, for an SE session, or maybe a negative one, maybe one that didn't go so well either.
Okay, so negative SE interactions are when rapport crashes. For me, that happens 1 to 2% of the time. It's rare, but it's not unheard of. I'm actually trying to push that number up closer to 5%. I figure if I'm not losing rapport anytime, I'm probably being too nice and not pushing hard enough. It's kind of weird. Um, and now, as far as positive things, about half the time, I have positive indicators that my conversation partner has gone into slow critical thinking. Those indicators would be, for me, that they had a significant aporia. They actually had to really stop and think. They went spiders on the ceiling and started looking around, and then came back with an answer. Um, if I can see that somebody is really thinking about their claim, that's a positive indication that I'm helping them get to critical thinking. Additionally, uh, if they change the definition of their claim in the middle, that's usually something. Or if they change their confidence in the claim, either up or down. By the way, it doesn't matter to me whether they change their confidence closer to my position or not. That shouldn't matter to me. My opinion should not move them.
Excellent. Thank you. I, if I may, if I actually just have one last question.
Mm-hmm.
Dali, you mentioned something that some of my peers here in the ATSM club have brought up, and kind of chatted to me about, regarding street epistemology specifically, and it's about that 5% that you mentioned. Um, some of the criticism that I hear is that SE is too nice, or
Mm-hmm.
uh, you, we're we're not really like what the question is like what are you doing? You're just asking a question. What's the point?
Hmm.
So I wonder if you could maybe elaborate on why do you see it reasonable to increase that to 5%? Like why why are you saying that you could be too nice?
Okay.
Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, it is possible to do SE without digging. It's possible to just ask really surface level questions and not dig down into epistemology or how it is that they would weight their data or what sort of data would hypothetically move them in one direction or another. Sometimes those questions are very challenging for people. And I figure if I'm only losing rapport 1% of the time, I'm probably not challenging enough. My model in this case is Pine Creek Doug. He has a channel, and he's a lot pushier than the usual street epistemologist. He sort of defines the pushy edge of what is SE. SE is in its basic form. When you start SE, the idea is shut off all messaging. In a normal dialogue between people, messaging is going to happen half the time. It's very, very common. So for us to shut it down to the few percent of messaging that can happen, if I've talked to you for 40 minutes and I say one thing that is a direct message, that's probably not going to crash rapport, unless that one thing is, well, you're wrong and you're a Nazi or something. So when you start SE, it's good to cut it completely off. And then as you get more comfortable with the SE and you can consistently have high rapport conversations that do achieve critical thinking, it's okay to let yourself off the leash a little bit. And sometimes get a little pushy. And I don't mean big bad pushy. Again, not more than 5% of the time should you lose rapport.
I've been trying to get better at recognizing when to end the conversation. Maybe you can share a few tips on how to do that, what to look for.
Yeah. In my environment, it's kind of interesting. I do SE in several different um, forms. I do it out in the park with people. I do it one-on-one in private. The one-on-one in private in conversation is really open-ended. It's when they're ready, when they're finished. If I'm doing a one-on-one on a live stream, I usually have a time window, like I'm trying to shoot for between 30 and 60 minutes. So like 10 minutes before I want to end, I'll shift to hypotheticals and move the game along. Also, in some environments, I'm supposed to hit a time clock, a 10 or 15-minute conversation, which means we don't get as deep as we want. I have to rush things along. I'm especially looking for signs of aporia or a sign of critically thinking about something that could impact one's confidence. And then I leave it to them because they don't have to keep talking to me about it. If they keep thinking about it, they will adjust their own confidence over time. And it's their own confidence in light of their own reasons that is our goal, not what I think.
Early, do we have any questions from the audience yet?
Yes, we do actually. So I can go ahead and I can go ahead and ask that real quick. Bobby, I see you. Will bring you up here shortly. Because I'm just gonna read the question verbatim. Um, if the topic, the question goes, if the topic doesn't matter, and the point is to assess one's level of critical thinking, what makes you an authority of critical thinking? That's the question.
Yeah, I think that's a whoops. I'm giving them a chance to assess their critical thinking. My opinion of their critical thinking is only a guide to where I'm going. At the end, I'm not giving them a score. I'm not giving them a grade. Your critical thinking is C+. I'm hopefully modeling critical thinking. And I suppose to that degree, I have to think that I'm doing critical thinking somewhat right. And I can only achieve that by feedback from peers, things like that. Street epistemology is not in the academic ivory tower. We don't actually think that we have the correct epistemology necessarily yet. But I think many of us think it's very possible to detect very bad epistemologies. If your epistemology has a lot of fallacy in it, it's probably not very good.
Okay, and so there was a follow-up, Dali, to that. So if you are not the arbiter or authority on critical thinking, which I think is what you kind of said,
Yeah.
then why? And I'm reading again verbatim. Why are you concerned on how critical one is thinking? Like how you're thinking critical? I think this is maybe trying to get to like the why doing a street epistemology, right?
Right. Yeah. While I don't hold myself as an authority on critical thinking, I do think that people's critical thinking can get a lot better. And if we model critical thinking with each other, we can get to a better overall. And I can learn from you and you can learn from me. So what's the point? The point is to get better at critical thinking. Why does that matter? Because we'll make better decisions in public. We'll make more socially responsible decisions. We'll vote for the proper things. We'll take our damn vaccine. Oh, sorry. Did I just... I'm not hiding my position on vaccine.
No, I hear you on that. Yeah, so I think that's all I have right now. Yeah, so we are moving on to the stage of bringing folks one at a time. If you have your hands raised, so if you do want to come up and ask questions, feel free to raise your hands and we'll bring you up. Alfonso, I saw you on mic. Were you wanting to say
Yeah.
something?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a quick comment. I, I've just found that it's quite easy to find conversation partners under atheism. All you have to do is, come up with a title that invites people to share their faith, if you put, or their belief. If you want to talk about religious issues, and I'm sure that if you wanted to, tackle other subjects, you could do the same. I opened a room this morning. It was just called "Preach to Me One-on-One," and then I got another invitation from someone who said they wanted to have a one-on-one, and it's quite easy from there on to create street epistemology interactions. You can ask them if they don't mind being recorded and all that. So I wanted to invite anyone who wants to do that. You can do it under the club or on your own, just with no banner. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Real quick, and hey Bobby, and I see I'm gonna just try and make this real quick. I personally, to answer the question that came from the audience, personally, my motivation for doing a street epistemology, I think we would in fact have a better world if people did more critical thinking when making decisions. That became sort of like a habit or a heuristics, I would even say, for approaching, gaining knowledge or evaluating the world. So I think there's a net gain that we would all have if more people had a more critical approach to life. So that's actually why I like and pursue street epistemology. Yeah, so Bobby, if you want to go ahead and answer your questions. In the meantime, anyone else that wants to come up on stage, feel free to raise your hands and we'll bring you up again one at a time.
Yeah, sure. So my question for both of the street epistemologists would be, I do a lot of debating as well, or just conversations with people, and anybody on stage, Alfonso and Early can definitely tell you, but anybody in the room can most likely tell if they've seen me in one of those interactions. I am extremely pointed with my questions. I never leave room for them to be able to do some type of intellectual gymnastics or weasel their way out of a question or be okay with that. So I guess more so my question, or how I phrased it to Early in his back channel, was, why would you only ask questions and not push back? If someone's epistemology is flawed, what's the purpose of letting them spew out a flawed epistemology while you have all means to lead them to a potentially A, stronger one, or B, potentially even change their mind? Questions with direction are great, but aimless questions where the answer doesn't matter because it's their own epistemology almost sounds useless to me, because it sounds like, let's just get into what you think, and while you may be critically thinking, at least in your head, the result that you got isn't one of a result of critical thinking. I mean, Dali, since you and I both appear to be very passionate about the vaccines, an example I'd give of this would be, what would be the purpose of getting to the epistemology of an anti-vaxxer if the end goal was not to make them go for the vaccine?
The end goal of the conversation is to get them to think critically about it, and the hope is that in the long run, they would make improvements in their epistemology and therefore go get the vaccine or other similar things. The change happens between the conversations. My favorite thing is when we can have many conversations over time and I get to actually see the process play out. And that happens a few percent of the time. So the net goal is to change their mind, not necessarily toward my opinion. The net goal is to get them in the habit of changing their mind about things once they've thought them out. And the best I can do is to demonstrate critical thinking, because for a lot of people, going any further than that, they run off.
But what if people were to retort with, your critical thinking, I don't consider that critical?
Right. I'm not asking them to do my critical thinking. I'm asking questions that my critical thinking asks and having them answer those questions. The
Oh, no,
questions that I
I
ask are
understand that, and
my
I agree with
demonstration of
that.
critical thinking.
Oh, no, I understand that, I agree with that. I'm just asking more so, like, if you were to give them those questions
Mm-hmm.
with, like, the presupposition that these are the questions that make you critically think or whatever, what if they would respond with, well, I don't actually think those questions lead to critical thinking, or that your critical thinking is flawed, or that your epistemology is actually flawed? How would you respond to that?
Let's see. I think I would. Well, it depends. It depends on how far down the rabbit hole we are. In some cases, I might try to say, okay, let me try to ask that question a different way. Because what I'm assuming is that they rejected a question, saying, I don't think your question is valid. I think your question is misplaced, malformed, whatever, and I don't find it useful or applicable or
Right.
appropriate in this circumstance. And then I would say, okay, so let me try, and I would try to rephrase the question in a way that avoided their pitfall, but still got to my point, which is possible sometimes. Or sometimes just drop it and move on to something else completely. That something else might be, a different set of hypotheticals or something.
So you would pose the question in a way that essentially gets to your same point, but avoids the thing that they don't like.
Yeah, if that's practical.
Okay.
Yeah, and it depends on what their complaint is.
So, like, let's say, like, for example, somebody were to give, and I'll end it quickly. I don't want to take up too much time, but let's say, for example, you and I were having a conversation over morality or something like that, right? And then you got into a whole, or I got into a whole conversation about defining the definition of axioms and what axioms are.
Sure.
And that you would respond, and I'd say, this is what we need to start with if we're going to take a critical look at what morality is, what ethics are, what all these things are. And then you were to respond with, well, I don't think that's the case. I don't think that's actually necessary for us to go into axioms. Why are we going into axioms? From that response, yeah. So just like rejecting the entire discussion in the first place over the thing that you believe is the fundamental aspect of it.
I would ask for a focusing question. If I said, we've gone into axioms for a while and you've defined them, I'll generally accept what you mean by that. I'll try to bend over backwards to accept your definitions. And now that we've gotten to axioms, can we get back to the main thrust? Can we get back to the main focus of here's a claim, here's a reason? Do you need a definition of axioms to tell me what your axioms are? That's fine. Tell me what axioms you have that portray. It comes down to focusing questions, getting back on track for their reasons and their epistemology relating to their claim.
Okay. Well, I guess that answers the majority of mine, so I'll head back down to the audience. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Bobby. I'll say also that for the most part, and correct me if I'm wrong, Dali, but you yourself are not making any claims or statement, and so as far as your epistemology, you're mostly asking questions, right? And in
I'm
that,
perfectly willing to turn it around and let them SE me and ask me for a claim. I do those.
oh, great,
So,
awesome,
yeah,
that's a good point.
That happens in practice, and it happens out in the park a few % of the time. Not really very often, but somebody will say, "Well, let me ask you a bunch of questions." Okay, and very often it just turns around, and it turns out the important part of maintaining rapport is that if only one person in the conversation is desperately trying to convince the other, rapport typically goes okay. Good day, Quinn.
Dali. I really just wanted to come up and say, hey, good to hear you.
Thank you.
And I'm glad that you're alive.
Thank you. I'm glad I'm alive too.
But since I have to ask a question,
Okay.
What is your favorite color?
It's rainbow. High saturation.
Beautiful.
I prefer highly saturated, like Early's icon there.
Love that. That was very unique. All right. Well, be well.
Thank you. Thank you, Quinn.
Can I ask Quinn a question?
You may. Yeah.
Why do you value Dali so much? What makes you appreciate him, if not love him?
Wow. Well, I think when I was first getting into street epistemology, I think that was around when he was starting. When I was first considering like trying it myself was when he was starting to do practice sessions and like interviews on like the Discord and starting his YouTube channel up and stuff. And I don't know, like his videos and practice sessions were kind of how I became confident, I think, in a way, or was part of my development in being confident with asking questions and learning about different aspects of street epistemology or just epistemology in general, even sometimes. And besides that, I got to meet him a few times, and he's super cool. His family's awesome. They live on a boat. He has chickens. He's just a great dude.
It's the chickens that make the difference. I'm kidding.
Thank you, Quinn.
Thank you, Quinn.
Is this Quinn from Quinn's Questions? I think that's the name of the channel, right?
Yeah, I
Quinn's
think that
yes,
is
that was him.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, I thought I recognized him. Well, welcome to the room.
Yes, he's awesome.
Yeah. So
go ahead.
We have one more. So just a quick reminder: we are doing one-on-one, well, one at a time questions. But we are soon going to be transitioning to popcorn and bringing everybody on stage that wants to come up. So if you please feel free to stick around for our next session. If you have any questions that you want to ask, I can go ahead and ask that on your behalf without having to bring you on stage. Yeah. So Mike, if you have a question, go ahead.
Yeah. How are you? I was the one that was asking the question about the authority of critical thinking. And the reason why is because while you were talking, he said that somehow, some way, you're basically assessing how deep one is thinking. So I believe that like the conclusion obviously has to be the starter of the conversation, right? So when you engage, what do? Do you ask them what topic? Like me,
Yes.
I'm basically, okay. So you ask them basically like you mentioned vaccines, right?
Sure.
So if they in
Yeah.
fact say, yeah, I am in support of vaccines, right?
Okay.
Um, are there any assumptions made at that point? Or do you still want to know that, for example, how you got to that point?
I almost can't help but make some assumptions, but I am trying to minimize that habit.
Correct. Because you have to start somewhere, right? Because if we're
Yeah,
just talking,
I
so
start saying, tell me something you believe, something you think is true in the world.
yeah,
Sometimes I might even add, ideally, something that actually affects your choices.
yeah,
That kind of thing. Recently, I was in the park and I had somebody say that the coronavirus vaccine was essential for resolving the pandemic. And it turned out he was a cardiologist, but I didn't
yeah.
learn that until 20 minutes in. Anyway,
So
the assumptions that I make, no, I try to minimize my assumptions and ask them overtly for things, but I could, I might assume something like, if they're very pro-vaccine, that they're probably already vaccinated.
yeah.
And so I might end up asking, just checking, what's your vax status? It's not that I'm actually assuming it, but I might already be leaning in that direction.
So okay, so that's good. Thank you. So my point is this: is that if you start out with a position that seems somewhat controversial, right? There's a good chance that you hold a position within that controversial topic, right? To me, as long as, like, how do you assess someone's level of critical thinking unless they're committing like a logical fallacy, right? If they don't commit a
Mm-hmm.
fallacy, right, but the
Right.
conclusion comes up different than without you even exposing it,
Mm-hmm.
like what do you do? Like I don't get it. Like this is why I was asking you, like, why are you concerned with how deep or how critical one is? And I understand, like, we believe that it can promote the world, and in two of your examples you
Sure.
use vaccines, and then I know you were just kind of speaking tongue in cheek, you use vaccines and you use voting. Like, how do you
Yeah.
determine if the vaccine and the voting thing as a conclusion is a basis for one's level of critical thinking, unless they're counter to yours?
Oh, yeah. I say that proper critical thinking can help one vote better. I'm
See,
not saying that
proper
I know
proper
what.
critical thinking.
Yep,
What does
proper
that mean?
critical thinking.
What does that mean?
That means avoiding thought-terminating cliches and stopping when it's convenient. That means checking yourself for fallacies. That might mean uh, reviewing your thoughts with somebody else to see if they find some obvious holes and flaws and blind spots that you're working in. That means maybe if you want to get really good at critical thinking, you might review the list of human fallacies and see if you've fallen affray of one of them.
Yeah, I
In your
agree.
own thinking. I think really bad critical thinking is sometimes clearly identifiable.
I agree. I think that sometimes, like, logical fallacies are more exposed.
Yeah.
But there are some people that use logic, right, that seemed
Mm-hmm.
valid, maybe not sound,
Mm-hmm.
to support their idea of something that I don't believe in.
Sure.
And they're not necessarily committing a fallacy in that hypothetical sense,
We can
right?
easily come to bad conclusions because we are simply misinformed while having perfectly appropriate critical thinking.
Okay.
So
And that's why I'm saying, so it's like, if that's the case, how do you determine it's bad?
I want to make sure that you are movable. And that's where my hypotheticals come in. If I've gone through your reasoning and it's not obvious that if I'm not asking questions that are obviously pointing out your fallacies and things,
Yeah.
I'll eventually come to these hypotheticals where I'll say, what could make you more sure? What could make you less sure? What's
Yeah.
something you don't know today that you could learn that would influence your confidence? And then based on those hypotheticals, I can tell a lot whether somebody's needle is movable.
Okay.
You
So
could teach me that general relativity is wrong. You'd
yeah.
have to come up with something better. You'd have to come up with something that maybe makes better predictions.
So So I guess my final question would be, when you want to make sure someone is movable, why do you care?
Being immovable, being doxastically closed, that's the jargon for
No,
it.
but we already assumed that some people can come to bad conclusions being at
Sure.
least logically valid. So if they're
It,
logically valid, but the
sure.
conclusion is not that, but why do you care if they move or not, if they're being logical?
I don't care if they move. I care if they could be moved.
I know, I'm saying why. Why is that? Why? Hi, baby. Why is that a concern, especially if they're being logical? That
Doxastic
seems an.
closure is the last fallacy. If you might have been very misinformed, but if you're doxastically open, if you're able to be moved in your belief, then if you come across that data, you will be moved.
Are you able to be moved that can't not be the case at times?
I'm not sure what that was there. So
The unmovable, the movable thing, like.
Right. If
I'm saying,
somebody's
like, it sounds like an
unmovable,
abs. Yeah.
right. If somebody's unmovable, they might have a correct conclusion, and I'd want them to be able to change it. You might believe that the Earth is round and spinning once a day.
Yeah.
But if you believe that for bad reasons, I'd like to find out if your reasons are sound and valid, and if you should have as high a confidence. Even though I agree with your conclusion, that shouldn't actually matter to the questioning. And
No, I
what
get
could you
that.
learn that would change your mind about the shape of the Earth? And then if you could imagine information on both sides of that, then you're movable. If you couldn't, that's an indication that you are stuck in a position and you're coming up with your reasons just to stay stuck.
Okay.
And you could be completely right and stuck and wrong in your critical thinking.
Yeah, again, it's not about the conclusion.
Right.
We already established that. It's about being logical to assume that conclusion.
Right.
That's why we agreed to that earlier. Sorry for the background. I'm just saying,
Not a problem.
Yeah, if somebody is attempting to be logical,
yeah,
and their argument or the position seems to be backed up by valid logic, maybe not sound logic, right?
Sure.
And it seems that they don't have the ability to be moved, right?
Right.
Why is that a concern? Why?
They could be
why
valid
is that
and they could be sound, and if they are immovable,
yeah,
that's when I would like to expand their critical thinking enough to where they could be moved, hypothetically, if they learned the right information. Are there aliens? Well, what would it take to prove that there are aliens? Something like that. If you can have that information in mind, then you could change your mind. If you believe that there are not aliens because Genesis tells you that, that's a bad reason to believe there are not aliens.
All right, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Sure. Okay. Any further questions?
I think we have one more user, one more person that wants to come up.
Mm-hmm.
Mike, if you could move yourself to the audience, we're probably going to be opening it up for popcorn here shortly anyway. Welcome, Sasha.
Hello, Sasha.
Hello, friends.
Hello.
Welcome, Sasha. Do you have any questions?
Well, I'm sorry if I prematurely put myself on the stage, but for the time being, I'm trying to gauge what the conversation is about. If maybe you could kind of do a reset and just tell me what exactly is that we're speaking about, then maybe I can kind of offer something.
My hobby is street epistemology, and it's about exploring people's claims and their reasons for their claims, and then how they weight their data and judge their inputs, judge what authorities they allow to have sway on their beliefs.
Thank you.
So that it's I don't want to go too much deeper. Go ahead.
Is there a particular claim that you want to explore this evening or this morning, maybe?
For myself, I'm open to any. If somebody would like to try out a claim, I'm perfectly happy to do the street epistemology demonstration with them.
I'm open to anybody opening a claim. Then I can answer.
Okay. In street epistemology, I usually ask somebody else to bring me a claim, and then I ask them their reasons for believing it. I'm the questioner in this Socratic dialogue usually.
Okay, let me ask a question.
Yeah.
This is from actually another room that it was a physics themed room, so I don't know how familiar. And if you don't want to answer this and you think it's too technical, then please.
Sasha, are you bringing a claim, or do you have a claim that you want to have investigated, or
Well,
you wanted to interview Dali?
I don't know what Early's background is, but there was a question which from the other room, which may or may not be relevant, and I fully accept that if it doesn't quite make sense here, but in a roundabout sense, what happened before the Big Bang? If that makes any sense. If you don't want to,
Sure, I'm happy to speak to that. As far as what occurred before the cosmic microwave background radiation, I think that's a bit of a horizon. Yeah, I think that's a bit of a horizon that even in theory we can't actually observe. I actually tend to think that things prior to like 380,000 years after the Big Bang is almost all speculation. So I don't know. I'm completely agnostic to how the Big Bang started.
Thank you.
I do find modern cosmology somewhat compelling and easy to, well, not necessarily easy to understand, but easy to at least believe that their model is as close to what is observed as we have got so far. And I expect it's quite open to more details and nuance.
I think that the concept of time is a very open question, and I mean I was directed towards Roger Penrose in a previous room, and I'm very familiar with Roger Penrose's work on cyclical cosmology, which actually ties in quite well with a lot of kind of Vedantic philosophy and a lot of kind of Indian ideas of how time and cycles of time evolve. The interest that I have is that in the context of this room and the previous room that I was listening to was that time is a very ill-defined idea. Physically, a lot of people try to describe it in terms of entropy and whether time is absolute, yes or no, or whether it's just a direction. So I'm kind of intrigued by
Would absolute time be hard determinism? I'm not sure what absolute time means.
To be honest with you, I think the definition hard determinism would be something that I need to think about for about 15-20 minutes. So I don't think I could answer that straight away.
Okay. I've often heard the A theory and B theory of time kind of split on the notion that the A theory says something like the past is fixed and the future is open, and we have the present moment in which to maybe influence the future, something like that. And then the B theory of time says we should look at time from outside the four dimensions, and it's this solid immovable block where I guess determinism is indicated by B theory. Is any of that ring true?
My personal feeling is that time is entirely fluid, and that in an absolute sense it doesn't actually exist. The passage of time to me is, I think I'm more inclined towards the relativistic idea of what time actually is. And I think that that's the most appropriate description of time, rather than the kind of native description of time based on our own frame of reference.
Okay.
So, yeah,
If
I think
I look at time
time in time.
relativistically, if I say, all right, relativistic, how would I distinguish that from the ordinary view, maybe the ordinary intuitive view that humans would normally have? I'm not understanding what relativistic time means in this case.
Yeah, I think that the I think that the well, from the frame of reference of the universe, you have this kind of entropic time, which based on the entropy of the universe increasing, which kind of gives you a directionality of time from a kind of universe's perspective. I think that works against the relativistic work of time. My inclination still is, though, that I'm not sure whether time really exists, whether or not it really is something, or whether it's just always in relation to something else. I'm still waiting to be convinced. So, if
Real
anybody,
quick, Sasha, so we're doing a Q&A right now, and or if you have any claims that you want to make, we actually have other folks that want to come up on stage and ask the questions. So I was just wondering if maybe, because I think maybe it's turned into like a conversation about time, and we're wanting to kind of keep this on the street epistemology topic. So if we,
yes, I'll go
Sarah,
back
if
to
you,
the audience.
yeah, and Sasha, we are going to have an open forum here shortly, so please stick around. As you know, I always love having you on stage, so thank you.
No
Thank
problem.
you, Sasha.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, this is a subject we can think about and then revisit during open discussion. That sounds like a really good discussion to me.
Yeah, me too, absolutely.
Welcome, Stephen.
Thank you. Dali, David, I was thinking, I have people in my life who do have a very like doxastic, I guess, approach to their understanding of what's true. And yet I still need to interact with them and they want to interact with me. Are there things that I could learn from street epistemology that could help me in those conversations where it's very clear that they are not going to be moved at all in their beliefs?
If someone is fully doxastically closed to any information that would update their beliefs, that's chapter 7 of How to Have Impossible Conversations. And Peter Boghossian says, in a case like that, you can at least learn the dialect of their position. They will have terms and idiom and jargon that relates to their position. And so if you learn from them, you'll be able to, at some time in the future, maybe speak to somebody who's got the same position and who isn't fully doxastically closed, and you'll be able to speak to them better. The actual person who's fully doxastically closed, there's very little impact that you can have on them. Although I have known people that were really closed and became open. So something happened.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't know what happens.
I have been trying to like take what they're telling me about what it is that they believe, and I'm asking them questions about it, but I'm also occasionally asking them questions about things that I don't think fit their belief, like evidence that suggests that that rigidity might be wrong. And I think they're sensing it as a gotcha, and so they don't want to engage it, but I'm just kind of like leaving it lingering there.
Yeah,
So it's
yeah.
like, here's something, I've said it. Now I don't need to like beat it in or anything if you don't want to engage it,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm just kind of like leaving it in the air that there's a piece that isn't fitting
Right,
in
right.
hopes that it creates cognitive dissonance for them at some point. But
That's
maybe
the
that's
Pine Creek
cruel.
balance. No, not cruel at all.
Okay.
Not cruel at all.
Yeah.
I had a friend who I recently spoke with say to me that they think that they never had any important influence on people from what they've said, and then I reached back into a 20-something year friendship and was able to easily pull out a couple of examples where my friend's influence on me was profound. And interestingly enough, he was not aware of those influences. And in some cases, those influences probably moved me out of a doxastic closure on some topic. So,
Yeah, I do
yeah,
engage because, in general, the challenge that he poses to me
mm-hmm.
makes me question my own beliefs.
Good.
And so I just sort of like take it as a reverse epistemology sort of like opportunity
Mm-hmm.
to go,
Absolutely.
okay, why do I
Well, it's an
believe this thing?
opportunity for you to check whether your own confidence should be as high,
Yes.
should be what it is. Mm-hmm.
So I try to do that. And I've valued our exchanges and what I get from it, though I'm not always clear that I've had any impact upon them.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's where I'm just like, okay, well, but I can connect
Yeah.
and
I'm
maybe
blind to most of the
the
impact that I have. I only get a
rapport.
little bit of indication, yeah, during the conversation, whether I've had meaningful impact. And a few percent of the time I do get enough feedback to keep me on track and know that I'm doing useful things. And every once in a while I get some feedback that I made a big error.
Okay. Well, thank you.
One thing that I try to do in a situation like that is, and I've mentioned this a lot in this room, is modeling the behavior you want your conversation partner to display with you. And so that might be a good opportunity to kind of um, make it a point to say how open I am to be convinced about something, and kind of using that language to show them that, hey, it's okay to be possibly open about this, and kind of model that same kind of reasoning. Um, and this might go back to what you guys were saying with Bubby, and letting them just talk and explain their reasoning. Um, if you allow them to do that, it's possible that that might be the first time they've ever had the opportunity to hear themselves explain their own reasoning out loud. Um, there's a different part of the brain that is used when you hear your own voice out loud than the one that you hear inside your head when you're thinking.
Mm-hmm.
And it's possible that if you allow them to explain their reasoning, that might be the first time that they've ever heard themselves say what they say,
Yep.
and that alone um, can cause some sort of rethinking about it. So that might be an advantage of letting somebody explain themselves,
Yep.
and allow them to be the ones to come up with the idea of being open about something. Like you said, Dolly, that oftentimes the change happens in between the conversations.
Yeah. Almost always,
instead
yeah.
of expecting it to happen, right away.
Yeah, definitely. I remember one friend that I spoke to for near an hour a week for a year, and got to watch the change happen. That was a rare and cool thing. By the way, I think Daniel Dennett agrees with you, if I understand his book Consciousness on Consciousness correctly, that when we sub-vocalize or we actually vocalize a thing, then all of the parts of our brain can hear us. And prior to that, only part of us could. It also helps if we record, and the recording is available to the IL.
Well, thank you. That helps quite a bit. I think now my challenge is just trying to untrain myself from being a jerk about things.
Yeah, that's just practice.
Yeah.
It's a lot of practice, because it is such the normal mode in society for us to debate and push and arm wrestle and push back and all those things. It's weird to do it in this narrow channel.
Okay, I feel answered. I'm gonna bounce from the stage.
Good to see you again, Stephen. Welcome back.
Yeah, and Stephen, feel free to stay on stage. We are opening it up for everyone from the audience to come up on stage. So just feel free to raise your hand, and we'll bring you up on stage, and we'll have an open conversation.
And if Rosemary wants to be first with her question, she's welcome to do so, since she was asking so nice. Hello, Ibrahim.
Hi, thanks for allowing me to join. I think I'm new to this street epistemology, but from what I understand, I have a good example that I guess applies. I'm just curious if it makes sense, but there is a month of fasting in religious customs. I don't know if anyone else has heard this, but the point of fasting, I suppose, is to feel like the underprivileged, to feel like those who are not as lucky to have meals every day. And so it's evolved. The street epistemology version of what I've heard from that is, then can you, by inverse theory, decide instead of fasting to just be very charitable during that month, and those who are poor may feel more like you do when you're doing okay. I don't know if that makes sense.
During a month of fasting, we will have more empathy for people who don't have plenty, and therefore we will be more generous. Is that right?
Yes, but you can also say instead of making people feeling more empathy and making yourself feel bad, why not raise the standard of living by being charitable to those who are poor to feel better and more like what you have if you're fortunate.
Yeah, I think I think the charitable instinct is a good one, and we should do it when we can. I'm not
Dali,
sure how street epistemology relates to that.
Dali, if there is any way that you can maybe increase the gain in your microphone,
Sure. How about that?
it would be. Oh, that's a lot better actually.
Okay, good.
Go ahead, Ibrahim.
No, it just sounded like the street epistemology sort of logic that instead of why is it that you must suffer as they do rather than make them feel better if you feel well? What's the rationale behind that?
Well, I agree with the conclusion. I don't see any relationship to street epistemology in that.
We could examine the claim that being charitable during a month of fasting is better than actually fasting. that might be a direction that we could go to kind of explain how street epistemology could be used with that sort of conclusion.
Sure. It's a great claim for street epistemology. I'm not sure street epistemology seems to lean on one side or the other of that conclusion. I think it's outside of the scope.
Yeah, it's more of a process that you employ to examine a claim, not necessarily making any claims per
Okay,
se.
thanks for that. Yeah, I'm starting to get the picture.
I would recommend going to YouTube and watching a lot of demonstrations of street epistemology conversations to get more familiar with how to use street epistemology and the benefits. We do a street epistemology room in this club every Saturday around this time, and you're welcome to come back and learn more with us.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Speaking of, did we have any claims in the claim bucket to maybe check out?
No claims so far. If anyone on the audience has a claim, feel free to either send me a question through the back channel or come up on stage if you don't mind having the claim examined.
I'm thinking we should probably somehow include that in our titles. That might attract people. Like the first title we had on the Street Epistemology Room was "Examine your beliefs." I think. Yeah. But we can ping people in. We can invite people on. I'm gonna just invite people in the audience to join. I have a room that I'm scheduling with someone who, like I said earlier, wants to have a one-on-one, and so I'm exploring a bit of a different approach. It's not a different approach. It's just a way of engaging with people who are not necessarily aware of street epistemology, and kind of slowly enticing them or luring them with some real what was it real true bait or something, and yeah, it's just inviting people to share their thoughts and ideas, and then you can move it forward to a proper street epistemology conversation. Yeah.
Almost like an SE boot camp, like SE for
Sure.
beginners type. While we wait, maybe for more discussion, Dali, maybe you can speak a little bit about. So there's a blog on the Street Epistemology website about having SE conversation with loved ones. Maybe you can share a little bit about the differences and how to have better SE conversations with friends and family.
I use a lot of my SE skills when I'm speaking with friends and family. I don't usually go for the formal SE conversation, like give me a claim, that kind of thing. The stakes are higher and it matters more. And when I fuck up really big and bad. And my husband is nodding. If he can hear me, he knows. Anyway, so the as it turns out, when I screw up, there's a big consequence. If you're going to SE with friends and family and it actually is important to you, get a stand-in. Get somebody else who does SE to do it with you, to do it for you. Have them talk to your friend. Because if there's a rapport crash, if things go badly, it doesn't cost you in your relationship with them. So phone a friend.
That's great
I think,
advice. Go ahead, Gina. Welcome.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Hi, guys. I think I remember you doing that once, Dali, at an NSC in the park, where you had Foil visiting introduced him to your audience, and
Yeah, I
he had
passed
a
him off to Quinn.
claim. Yeah,
I did.
Foil offered a claim. I think Quinn, was it, actually examined
Yep.
it.
Quinn, who was here a half hour ago or so.
But I think in the interest of, I think as a collaborative effort, I think it's a lot easier to do it with friends and loved ones, because there's more, as long as there's more of an egalitarian dynamic, like you actually are on equal footing with a friend or a partner.
You find it easier to do it with loved ones. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, with friends, yes, especially because there's existing rapport and trust there.
Right. You have a lot of rapport points to spend.
I try not to. I try desperately not to, but I hate the idea of rapport as being an account to draw on. It's more of a relationship to me than an account you can deposit and withdraw from. I think it's a relationship that I'm most concerned with preserving, because that kind of trust is not easy for me to build.
Yeah, thanks for that. Do you ever find yourself messing up like Dolly says? And how does
Not
that
so
go?
far. But I mean, most of the friends I've done this with have been like the community on Discord, where it's understood that we're gonna mess up. There have been a few times when I've risked or not been clear about what I was doing, and maybe the conversation didn't go great. I was nervous about the friendship. But I mean, so far it hasn't been catastrophic.
It sounds like you have some great friends to practice with, and those relationships mean a lot to you. I like that.
It's true. Yeah, both.
Awesome. I noticed that Biscuit is back and Mead's here. We had a short exchange before the room started, and I kind of want to follow through with the promise we made that we would have the open discussion. Do you folks want to continue with your exchange and maybe take what we've learned so far and apply it to that exchange? It's open discussion, so uh, you're welcome to continue. Maybe we'll
Sure,
see how
David.
it goes.
Sure,
Objective
David.
morality, take two.
I would, yeah. So I would ask David to make that conditional assumption again, so I can ask him the question.
Yeah, and this all
I mean,
depends on
Biscuit.
consent. Yeah, whether Biscuit wants to
Yeah,
consent to continuing the conversation. So that's probably a good idea.
yeah. So go ahead,
Start.
Biscuit.
Go ahead, but what did you want me to do?
To repeat the conditional um, statement you made, the if-then statement.
Um, if if God does not exist, then objective morality does not exist.
Right, and I am asking, how do you substantiate that assumption?
This assumption is substantiated by the idea that God is what I call a superlative, which is necessary for all comparatives. So a comparative would be something like good, evil, up, down, left, right. A lot of times I use the analogy of if you and I are traveling in a car and you tell me that I'm headed in the wrong direction. You telling me that I'm headed in the wrong direction only makes sense if there's a superlative destination that we have in mind. If we've agreed to go to Walmart or somewhere else, but if we're just on a drive, it doesn't make any sense to say I'm headed in the wrong direction. Similarly, if you tell me that I'm exhibiting a wrong behavior or a right behavior, then what you're suggesting is that there are rules and regulations in the universe that I'm violating. And so the question would be, on atheism, where are those rules being violated? Who's the lawgiver?
Okay. Let me ask, if I may, if I can say something is pro-social and something else is antisocial, does that mean that there is a most pro-social position or action, or a most antisocial position or action?
I'm not sure. I think there is a most pro-social action, but I don't know if the premise you set up leads to that conclusion.
Yeah. It's sort of it's not good and bad in the exact same sense. It's a little more concrete, I think. Now, if I were to say there's a direction, could I also say the direction could be defined by the least good thing, that we're trying to stay away from the most evil position? Would that indicate that there is an evilist thing?
You mean stay away from, I guess, what Sam Harris would call the worst possible misery for everyone?
Yeah, that's a way to think of it. Sure.
Right, and what theists would call that hell. So in avoiding hell, you would want to disregard certain behaviors.
Okay. Could I define my morality entirely in terms of farther away from hell?
Yeah.
Then why do I need God?
Well, I mean, God is a lot simpler than hell. I think God is more simple than me. I'm an embodied mind. God is an unembodied mind from which matter and energy are derivatives. So if you're willing to put aside God and take on ideas like heaven and hell, I suppose that that could substantiate a type of morality, as long as you're willing to change the classical definition into a contemporary one. Because remember, the definition of morality I was using was classical ethics, what you're going to find in a university philosophy 101 textbook. That ethics is essentially the is-ought distinction, what ought to happen as opposed to what does happen. So if you want to change that into a utilitarian ethic, which is fine, and say, well, ethics is not what ought to be done um, on an ontological or objective level, but is rather what that which promotes human well-being, then okay, you can move that in that direction.
Mm-hmm.
But then the onus is on you to answer the question of why human well-being is objectively good, being
What if I
that the
don't?
universe has been chasing us and trying to kill us and killed every evolutionary ancestor up to ourselves.
Okay. In the question of objectively good, and I don't mean to step on Mead here. I'm not trying to take the stage away from you. So jump
Me
right in
either.
if
And
you like.
sorry if I soapbox on my last
No,
response there.
you didn't. Mead was asking you to drop it in, and I'm sort of jumping in the middle here. Actually, Mead, do you have a question here? I've lost my track.
I would ask Biscuit if God did not give Moses the Ten Commandments, the tablets on Mount Sinai, then what would happen? Then all of humankind would go astray. We would all be killing each other. Number one. Number two, we'll not keep the Sabbath. Number three, we'll be covered each other's wives, etc., etc. So, and I'm not barring the fact that these things go on despite the Ten Commandments. So I want to know how you would make that conditional factual by substantiation.
The Bible and the Ten Commandments, the Ten Commandments particularly, is a codification of conscience and not a substitute for conscience. Meaning that before the Ten Commandments came into existence, they already knew that you shouldn't steal, you shouldn't kill, you shouldn't do those things. If not, they wouldn't have survived up to the point, where they received the Ten Commandments. I think the miracle through which Moses acquired the Ten Commandments and the miracles that Moses and Aaron did was just kind of God's way of showing the people of Israel in the biblical text that they're moving into an age of the law, and that Moses and Aaron were the leaders in that law age. But if you give me just a second, I have to go in and address my daughter really quick. I'll be back very soon.
Hey guys, let me know if you cannot hear me. I switched microphones.
I hear you.
Okay, good. I stepped away. Can you guys just give me like a quick summary of what Biscuit's thesis is on this?
Yeah, that objective morality comes from God, and that God is the simplest solution to the question of how do we instantiate the direction of good versus evil. His assertion is that the most evil thing is hell and the most good thing is God, and that God is much more simple, so we should look to the good side. And that the miracle that brought the Ten Commandments was more of bringing the people into a lawful age as opposed to actually establishing that morality, is that they must have had a good bit of that morality before they started, or else they wouldn't have gotten that far anyway.
Okay, thank you. I'll wait for him to come back to engage as well when I get a chance.
He also
Okay.
suggested earlier that as atheists we don't have a kind of a standard by which we can evaluate morality. I don't know how we arrived at that one, but
Well, I think his claim, I hope I'm not speaking wrongly for him, is that God is the only valid instantiation of morality. God is the only objective morality, or God is the source of objective morality.
Got it.
We've had several rooms under the club, and this objective morality thing has become a huge trend the last couple of weeks. And it always brings me back to what your axioms, what your basis is to begin analysis or bringing logic.
Yep, I have none.
Yeah, exactly. But So a person of faith will start off always with a default position of God, of an intelligent guiding entity. And I think that's where it's hard to, well, I guess that's where street epistemology comes in really handy, because you can explore where they're coming from.
Sorry,
We had
guys,
a
I'm
room
back.
for about
Welcome
cool.
back, Biscuit. So, Biscuit, I'd like to ask, if I were speaking of a different God, a God from a religion you don't agree is correct, would that other God's morality be objectively different?
Perhaps. If you were talking about, I guess it would depend on the type of God that you're talking about. In Hinduism, for instance, there's hundreds of thousands of gods with a lot of contradictory characters and ideas. So it would really depend on what you're talking about specifically.
Could a Hindu God be a source of objective morality?
I don't think so, because in Hinduism, the idea is that Brahman is Atman, that essentially you are God, and the Hindu gods are essentially expressions of different aspects of the Godhead. So it doesn't really work that way. God is not something separate in Hinduism, or the Godhead. It's not something separate. But I'm not a Hindu scholar by any means.
Okay. Maybe if I were to move to a God that's closer, say Allah, would you agree that Allah does objective morality flow from Allah as well as from Yahweh?
Sure. I think Allah and Yahweh are essentially the same idea. Allah is just how you say God in Arabic. So Arab Christians call God Allah too.
Okay. Do the Muslims have a correct understanding of objective morality?
Well, I think as far as the difference between ontology and epistemology, their understanding of what's objectively right, I would really have no idea.
Okay, so you don't know if Muslims have a handle on objective morality. Does I don't know what is your religion. I think you're following Yahweh. Am I correct?
I hope I am.
Okay.
I'm a big mixture of religious ideas. I borrow a lot.
Okay. Does your religion have a good handle on what the objective morality is?
I hope so.
Okay.
I think it'd be better to say I believe so.
Okay, good enough. How can someone from the outside decide which claim of objective morality is the better one to follow?
I think that what's inscribed at the temple at Delphi in Greece, know thyself, which is the shortened version of know thyself and thou shalt know the universe and God, which is ascribed to Socrates. I love the idea of looking at the created thing to get into the mind of the creator. To me, that just makes a lot of sense. And so I started my journey into what God wants, or what is the desire of God for me morally, from that idea. What kind of creature am I? What similarities and differences do I have with other people groups? And are those differences, fundamentally different or fundamentally similar? And so when I look across cultures and across different worldviews, atheist, deist, pantheist, whoever, I find a similar moral framework. So I find that the differences are superficial and the similarities are fundamental. And so that's how, you derive ideas like, okay, well, it's wrong to murder, it's wrong to rape, it's wrong to steal. It's kind of what, some people would call it human nature. the reason I don't think we should violate that moral nature within us is because it appears that the Creator, created us with these moral instincts that we all seem to share. And without the concept of that Creator, at least, it would be impossible, or at least implausible, from my point of view, to think of why you shouldn't violate those moral laws in favor of yourself.
Could I try to
Go
rephrase
ahead.
your question, Dali?
Sure.
Biscuit, if we had someone who subscribed to Islam and we had someone who subscribed to your religion, um, and there was a dispute between them, and each of them were appealing to their understanding of their God and how that affects their morality, how could I, as a neutral observer, go about finding out which one to go with? If
I
my
think,
goal was to follow the correct morality or to believe true things.
well, I think that would depend on the example, but I think you could use your cognitive faculties. You could use, the laws of logic. It wouldn't even be wrong to consider ideas of human well-being. But I mean, it would be difficult to give you a hard and fast example without or a hard and fast answer without getting an example of the argument. Take for instance, how about this? I'll make an example: the sin of shirk. Right? I would be called a mushrakin in the Islamic tradition. A mushrik is someone who believes that there is more than one God. I don't actually believe that, but Christians are Trinitarian monotheists, whereas Muslims are Unitarian monotheists. And so I would be considered a mushrik, and that is a very, very serious sin. That's the only unpardonable sin in Islam. And so that would be, so there's an example, right, of they would think that I'm behaving immorally by saying that Jesus is God, and I would believe that that is moral behavior, saying that Jesus is God.
Right. So how could I, if I heard you say that following Jesus is moral, and they were saying that it's moral to follow their religion, um, how could I, what process could I take to determine which is the right one?
Sure. So what I would do if I were a neutral third-party observer looking at that argument, um, I happen to be very definitional, so I would go in and define terms. I'd say, okay, if the question is about the nature of God and whether God is one in person and one in being, or three in person and one in being, the question is, what is God? And I think I could get maybe the Muslim and the Christian to stop talking past each other by agreeing on terms. And if they couldn't agree on terms, then you would discover the fundamental difference between the two of them, and find out that neither is immoral.
I have a couple of questions after you, David.
Oh, feel free. This is kind of open discussion, so I don't have any questions ready. So yeah, if you have one, go for it. Or Dolly, Alfonso.
Yeah.
I,
So
I, I kind of
basically,
wonder, I'm sorry to cut you off, but I kind of do wonder. I wish we had a Muslim present here, because I do kind of wonder how they would define Allah. It'd just be interesting to know, but
Alfonso,
beside the
maybe
point.
you can ping someone in, Alfonso, if you have one. Yeah, I'd be curious about that as well. Biscuit. So often, and this is all the following is kind of original thought, right? So during conversations with deists and believers, quite often I hear people attributing um, things to God, especially in regards to like creation or things about nature, attributing it to God, the creator. Um, and when I think about it, I think about it. Okay, well, all of those things are actually could be explained by evolution, right? So often I find this like synonym for evolution is actually God to deist, right? So when I say evolution, you say God. When it comes to evolution, I'm sorry, when it comes to this thing that you call morality, given that you don't claim any knowledge, and I respect the position you have, but given that you don't claim to have any knowledge, right, and you seem to be agnostic, would you also be willing to pose as a possible alternative, given that you don't really hold a static position, that what we consider to be morality, or maybe a source of morality, could also be maybe something that has emergent from the process of evolution. So as we have evolved, as we have our bodies have become what they are, we have then derived these moral. I call them moral answers, right? To moral. That's how I usually talk about them. But would you be able to? Would you say that it would be reasonable that an alternative source would be something like our evolution? Throughout our evolution, an emergence has been these moral answers. Hopefully, you can understand that.
No, I think you said that well. You made yourself very clear, and I do think that there's a part of that. What I kind of wish is that naturalists, instead of using words like good and evil and right and wrong, would exchange those terms for terms like beneficial and detrimental to well-being or society, right? And I think, and I'm not trying to name drop here or you know put in any appeal to authority, but I think Richard Dawkins was right when he said, well, I don't think he was correct, but I think he was right in his understanding of atheism when he suggested that we live in a universe uh, which at bottom there is no good, no evil, no wrong, no right, just blind, pitiless indifference. Right? It's one of his more famous quotes. Um, and when he said in the universe there's no right or wrong or good or evil, just blind, pitiless indifference, I think the atheists would do well to recognize that because they've done away with a moral lawgiver, that there really isn't any right or wrong anymore. You can't call someone wrong who's just being an evolved animal, right? If that's all we are, um, complex animals, then you should be okay with the complexities, or maybe the fact that you're not okay with certain aspects of the complexity is a part of the complexity itself, right? But it I don't think that it's accurate for someone who believes that all of this is natural and all of us are behaving according to us being evolved animals. We're all time plus matter plus chance in a state of flux, that we ought to be doing anything other than exactly what we are doing, which is being animals that evolved on this planet to act exactly as we have, right? So if I were an atheist, I think if I were a rational atheist, I would come to the conclusion that the universe is perfect, that the world is perfect, and that everyone on it is perfect, because they shouldn't be doing anything else, because the world didn't create them to do anything else. The murderers are murdering, the police are arresting them, or trying to, people are sitting to prison, and none of it makes very much sense. So it seems to me that Nietzsche is one of the most intellectually honest atheists in saying that at bottom none of it really matters. Everything is going according to the non-plan. Right? If none of it
No,
is
but
planned, this is the way that it should be.
so great comment, Biscuit. I love that. So, but I do have a response to that. Consider that the position you're taking, I think, comes from what you often see atheists do, which is reject absolutely anything that comes from religion. I do not do that, and I do not, and a few of my atheist friends do not do that. What I mean by that is that I think it means something that we have used religion to channel all this morality stuff through it, right? I will not discard the model of morality to only be something from a God. I I think that the fact that we have created these religions and through religion we have channeled this morality thing, it still says something about our nature. So I would say, I would expand, I would ask you to expand your model of what comes from humanity to also include the things that have come through religion to be included as the model of me being that I actually perceive to be from an atheist point of view. So, from an atheist point of view, those things that have come through religion are also defining the human experience. So, I will not exclude that from it, right? So, just because I reject religion or whatever criticism I may have of it, I stand by that. But I do feel like all of it still describes the human experience, and I think there is a good reason to have why we establish religion maybe as rigid as it is, and then we channel morality through it. So for me, I'll land the plane with this, and maybe I'm kind of repeating myself here, but for me, the morality, the concept, is in fact something that we have come up with because it helps these human organisms. We are helped by that, and whether we've channeled it through Allah or we've channeled it through Buddhism or Christianism, is that a word? Um, it is still a human thing that is very beneficial to us, and I will still back it up and I will adopt it the same. Hopefully, you got that.
No, yeah, I think that's fair, and I think that's very well said. Um, I just sometimes I get the impression that atheists are, and this is with no disrespect to atheism itself, but I get the impression sometimes that atheists are just kind of playing a game, that the atheism that they claim to believe in, though there's no logical contradiction inherent in it, it seems that they cannot practically live it out, right? And I've never been an atheist before, but I assume that if I were an atheist, I would look at religious people and say, of course, of course there are religious groups because they're trying to make sense out of all this nonsense. They're trying to make sense out of the fact that we're somehow here and we're somehow, holding phones through which we're talking and having this discussion. Hang on, a plane's going.
I'll use this opportunity to interrupt real fast. We just came across the 2 hour mark. Biscuit, I want to check in with you real quick to make sure that that you're okay continuing with this conversation. It sounds like you are. I just want to do a quick check-in with that in the interest of street epistemology, and also with Dali. You how's you doing okay? I know that you said
Sure,
that you
I'm
were
fine.
good on time and stuff. I just wanted to check in with you and give you an opportunity if you needed
I snuck in
to
a bathroom break, so I'm good for another hour.
Okay, all right. Just feel free to let us know if you need to take off or whatever. I appreciate your time so far, and you're welcome to stick around as much as you'd like. So sorry for the interruption. Please continue.
No problem. It was the plane that interrupted me first. So what I was saying was that it seems to me very strange, and please let me know if you're at all sympathetic to the idea that I'm about to present. It seems to me very strange that the majority of people who I've met and encountered who proclaim to be atheist have no practical way of living out the atheism that they claim to believe in, right? And I say this because though I've never been an atheist, um, I think that if I were one, um, I would look at the world and say, like, what's wrong with it? It's just what it is. It wasn't meant to be here, right? It formed, and then after forming, it cooled, and after cooling, it evolved with these giant reptiles that were killing each other and fighting for resources. And an asteroid killed them off, and then some tadpole or something eventually became this or that, and became the ape-like primate ancestors that were fighting each other and uh, out competing for resources, and that eventually became us. And here we are, murdering, raping, pillaging, going to war. Some of us have formed groups and are trying to hide from nature by building houses, and this is just what it is. It's the grand accident, right? And so what confuses me is that there are these groups of atheists that are committed to challenging religious folks as if religion isn't just a random part of the chaos, um, as if religious people ought to have a logical reason to be religious, as if that's to be expected from this universe, which they claim to believe is random at bottom. Um, it's something, and so when I talk to atheists, I get this impression that they're not taking it as seriously as they think they are, and I hope that I'm not being insulting by saying that.
I don't see an atheist approach to morality or sociality as random. I think atheists that I know take morality and pro-social, antisocial distinctions as seriously as everybody else.
No,
I don't think there's
I
anything about
completely
like the
agree.
final teleology. What's the main purpose of it all, or something? I don't think that influences the atheists very much.
Right, but I see what you mean, and they do take it seriously. But what I'm wondering is what what about how an atheist understands the universe justifies that seriousness? Like what justifies that? I mean, and you can
I
choose
have
to be
only one
serious. I mean,
life, and
how do you
Something like
know?
the golden rule, maybe.
I
Like,
assume that I have only one life because I don't have any indication to believe that there's anything more than that.
but why do you need indications in order to like if the what makes you think that your brain was put there to give you uh good or bad indications about what things are really like? Like, you weren't even meant to be here at the end of the day. You're here because nature selected you because of a altruistic set of traits that you accidentally evolved, right? Genetic mutation, natural selection.
So,
A gene
hmm,
mutated and gave you a bigger brain than your ancestor who died, who your ancestors outcompeted. But
yeah,
but
accidental
you
mutation selected by strong natural and social selections. Yeah, I don't see that as inherently random.
So let
right,
me.
but that evolutionary process was not rewarding for truth. It was rewarding for survivability. So why are you on
Close
a hunt for
enough.
truth? Okay, yeah,
Truth is the
fair enough.
simplest way to get to survivability. Believing a wrong clock kind of belief, something where it's a useful belief but it's not true, is more complex than simply believing the true thing. Therefore, the true thing wins out most of the time.
Fair enough. I think that's that point's well made.
Um,
Sorry
uh,
if I soapbox.
no, Biscuit,
No,
don't.
we like it.
I mean, it
Yeah,
sounds like
you're
why
fine.
aren't you a nihilist?
Yeah,
All right.
I
You're
think nihilism is the only atheism that makes sense.
so obviously none of this matters. Why aren't you a nihilist?
I think
Yeah, it's a good
But
question. That was what
I
Nietzsche was wrestling with. Why
exact
aren't we nihilists?
exactly. And what he said, I mean, I think he gave like four proposals. He said, like, you could be a You could be megalomaniacal, which is power hungry. You could be erotomaniacal, which is pleasure hungry. You could commit suicide, or you could live a life of hubris. And it seems that the majority of atheists that I've run into have chosen hubris, like to pretend that it's all, to pretend that the world is an artifact, to pretend that there are rules and regulations to behavior, and to build these, societies, and pretend that there's some goal. And that's okay. But it seems like, the atheists have kind of forgotten what they believe fundamentally.
But okay, real quick. So, just to kind of establish my position on that, and I'll probably yield the mic for most of this conversation. Um, if you accept, Biscuit, that within our genetic code, it's the will to live, right? So, as a species, I don't know that we can do anything about the fact that the majority of us are going to come out like that, whether we become Buddhist or Muslim or whatever. That desire to live is in our genetic code. Just about anything that can help us get that done in the best way, right? Not terrible health, but with well-being or pleasure, or whatever we can do to kind of allow that to happen, we will do and will adopt. And so I think that what's happened here is that religion has kind of claimed that a morality from a lawgiver is the only reasonable thing. My argument is that as organisms that we want to live and that we want to reproduce our genetic code, we want to survive. All of these systems that we implement that help us do that in a happy, healthy way are are valid for our human experience to do it without the need of our. I'm sorry. I guess the religion part. I don't need to say that, but it's still a valid thing for us to adopt because we do have the desire to live, and it's been better in our genetic code to do that. So, our understanding of the universe will not change the fact that when I wake up in the morning, or when I that that direction that the generic code is driving me to is still there, and I still want to be do that and go in that direction. So for me, my main rejection with the angle you're proposing, or with your observation, I guess I can call it, is that these things that we claim to be from God are actually human, right? And that they're not exclusively to religion or to a deity or a God, supernatural God.
I think that a lot of that was really well put, and I agree with most of it. I would like to ask you a question. I think, and I may be wrong, but I think that one of the most the person in history that I think was rewarded most by the evolutionary process was Genghis Khan. Genghis Khan was a serial rapist. I mean, to the degree that I think maybe one in every 50 people on Earth, he's an ancestor to. Something like maybe one in every 100. Maybe I'm going too far, but he's definitely like the biggest super ancestor in history, because he would rape whenever he would pillage, and the Mongol army would rape women. And through that process, he had what amounts to billions of lineage, and some not directly from him, but definitely from the soldiers in the Mongol army. So what could you, outside, and this is the reason that, I think this is the reason Voltaire said that if God didn't exist, we should have to invent him, right? There has to be something above the king. There has to be something above the ruler. Because if you say, this is how we get along in society, right? The reason we want to behave ethically is because, we don't want to be, trampled on. We have this survival instinct, and it helps, with our survival. What would you say to a character like Genghis Khan, whose ability to feed and fight and flee and reproduce is is inflated by his immoral character.
Yeah. So the so I my argument was not one for where we prioritize only reproduction, right? So to someone like Genghis Khan, I think that um, y- the
Let me
fact that he's going. Go ahead.
let me make it a little bit more succinct. When you say survival, and we have genes that want us to survive, right? The four chores of our biology are feeding, fighting, fleeing, reproducing, knowing when to do that, and having access to the ability to do those things. And that's what survival is. That's how you give off offspring to the next generation. And Genghis Khan, though he was completely immoral by our standards of morality, right? He was willing to steal, he was willing to lie, he was willing to rape, he was willing to pillage, murder children, all the things we consider despicable. He was willing to do those things, and he was rewarded with survivability and more offspring than the most
Well,
moral among us.
when you say rewarded, what do you mean by who? By what do you mean reward?
Well, that's what evolution rewards for. So when we're talking about evolutionary rewards, we're talking about you are chosen for survival. You're chosen to go on. You're chosen to produce offspring because of this immoral behavior. And we find it throughout society. We find, even today, we find multi-billionaires without a moral bone in their body who have, by dint of their financial prowess, the ability to feed, fight, flee, and reproduce at a much higher level than those of us who follow the moral code
So
more than they do. So
how do you think of a response?
please.
Yeah. So the only thing that I can say to that, and I know often we anthropomorph the process of evolution. And so I just want to say, I do it all the time, but I just want to make sure that we emphasize that the process of evolution is not conscious. It doesn't pick or choose things, right? Well, and by that I mean that it's not a conscious process, right? With that said, I think it has been proven that a system, a societal system, society or a group of people where you have a top alpha that is imposing on the hierarchy, on the beings beneath them, the the organisms that are beneath the alpha um, suffer more and live under more stress. I would say that this group is less likely to survive or survive the best as long as this type of hierarchy is impinging or increasing the stress of the organisms underneath the alpha organism. So I would say that that configuration, having like an alpha that is able to do whatever, but then at the same time is also increasing the stress levels, and that configuration there is not the best for the group. It may be good for the one on top, but it's not the best for the group, and it's probably not likely to last.
But
The
but
people underneath will retaliate.
but if the Mongol army didn't cause stress with their presence, they wouldn't have been as effective as warriors. So the fact that other nations were stressed and anxious about the coming of the Mongol army was a part of their strategy. Um, this is the reason, they would eat horses, and they wouldn't bathe. They were dirty, and they were scary. They terrified people. So that terror was a part of Genghis Khan's power. So just to succinctly say it, you said that the reason that we are moral um, is not because of God. It's because it increases survivability. And my response to that is that survivability can be maintained and even inflated by being a snake. And I think that's true
But
in our society.
but but I'm sorry. I'll give up the floor here. I saw Marquis come up. Um, when you say being a snake, what do you mean, Biscuit? Just real quick.
I mean, being someone that's willing to do shady things and to, um, stab your friend in the back. These are what lots of people do who are on top. I listened to a lecture on Fortune 500 companies, and someone was complaining that women were not CEOs of a lot of women are not fairly given their opportunity to be CEOs of Fortune 500 companies. And the response was that um, women are smart to not want to be the CEOs of Fortune 500 companies because the people who are there a lot of times are very ruthless people who would much rather uh, spend time at work than being at their daughter's ballet recital. They're a different,
That's right.
almost a different brand of person who's capable of doing those things. And it's unfortunate that that's what it takes to get to the top, and that's essentially our leadership. But I think it dispels the idea that moral integrity will get you access to power or survivability in a better way than being a snake will.
Yeah. So I now I'll land the plane with this here. I don't know that I have a very sophisticated answer to your question, Biscuit, but the thing I can come up with is something like Genghis Khan was, I would say that it's bound to happen at one certain point in time. There was going to be the right opportunity to present itself, the right brain configuration was going to present itself at the right time where this was going to happen, right? And maybe it'll happen in the future again. But this type of hierarchy, we are actually recognizing is actually unhealthy for overall. And so the more and more we learn about ourselves, and I cite some of Robert Sapolsky's work on studying hierarchies with bonobos, monkeys, I think it was, apes, where he was able to prove that these type of hierarchies are actually unhealthy for the people that are underneath the alpha, right? What I was saying earlier. And again, I don't know that I have a very sophisticated answer, but I think that the answer to your original question, um, yeah, I mean, that's bound to happen. That is going to happen. Someone will be able to amount the right amount of power to do this. And that's just the law, I guess, of nature, but it is not an optimum configuration. And I think we are learning to do that now. We are learning about these things, and I think that we are going in the direction of maybe even destroying these hierarchies, where um, I think we're on the header on the way of destroying these hierarchies that actually cause more stress on the overall group. That's my final answer for now.
I've got a
I,
couple of things to
I'd like
toss
to
in. Sorry, but I
I'd
will.
like to piggyback on Early's hierarchy concept. I would like to ask Biscuit, where does this hierarchy comes? Where does it come from? Does it come from the outside in? Do we infer a hierarchy based on our observation, or is the hierarchy a semantic thing that we generate? Because there are more than one forms of order. So why would you assume that this hierarchical form is the only form that you should use in describing nature and the Godhead?
Well, no, I'm not. I'm sorry. I'm not describing the Godhead. I was describing phenomena like Genghis Khan and the monkeys that Robert Sapolsky
No,
studied.
I was referring to Biscuit. He's the one who brought it up.
Oh, I brought up hierarchies. I don't know
Yeah,
what this.
Biscuit made it. Biscuit raised it too.
I don't remember talking about hierarchies. Can you refresh me?
Yeah, in terms of you're talking about when you were talking about God, I think you were talking about a hierarchy as God being at the top of everything, and we can't have any. There
Oh,
must be a there
I think
must
I
be
know
a
what.
leader, a ruler, etc. You were mentioning
Right.
that.
So your idea of morality should encompass should your your idea of morality should be universalizable, right? It should encompass all of humanity, from kings to servants, right? And I think that the problem with saying that morality um, assists us in survivability is that it only works for those of us who are not in positions of power, or for those of us who are not seeking power, right? It has no answer. The idea of we want to increase survivability. That definition of morality has no answer to the king or to the dictator, right? Because the dictator would say, okay, well, if it's all about survivability, my survivability is greatly increased by my savagery and my acts of brutality and the fact that my subjects fear me. So your morality means nothing to me if your morality is about survivability, because
But
I'm doing very well.
I think evolution
I
explains the need for equilibrium within that model there, Biscuit. You
I
can't
believe
have one organism overthrow the other. Sorry, Alfonso.
I believe Dali wanted to chime in. Just wanna.
Hmm?
And I
Oh,
did as
no.
well. So
I didn't have anything to say. Go
Oh, I
ahead.
think it
Keep
was
going.
Oh,
it
okay.
was Steve, and I think Alfonso.
Steven,
Go
sorry.
ahead, Steve.
yeah. Well, and probably in like correct street epistemology way of doing this, I should help Biscuit come to this conclusion. But um, I don't know if we have time. The thing that I wanted to sort of bring up is that if we're talking in terms of evolution, it's not the survival of the individual specifically that brings about evolution, that evolution operates on like population level. So individuals aren't being necessarily like the result of evolution. It's a change in the population as a whole. And so the only things that really evolve in the biological sense would be genetic mutations that bring about variations in phenotype, like how you're formed or how you behave potentially. So, if we were to look at Genghis Khan's behavior, and if we were to say that behavior was genetically encoded in some way, then Genghis Khan's actions would spread Genghis Khan's genetics of destruction far and wide. I mean, but I'm not sure that there's evidence that the millions of children of Genghis Khan all grew up to be Genghis Khans, right? So this isn't apparently a behavior that is one genetic, so not subject to evolution. And to even at that, all it would do would add variation into the species that might be available at some point in the future when we needed to evolve. So, I mean, unless it's like really altering our survivability as a whole, it's not going to lead to evolution. It's got to somehow contribute to the population as a whole.
What's interesting about Genghis Khan is he was born on the Asiatic steppe, and there were these warring tribes that would come through, and they would fight for power, and they would fight each other off for power. And these were, all of these different Asiatic tribes. And there's, I think, Genghis Khan was abducted as a small boy and possibly raped by his abductor. His wife was certainly taken and stolen and raped. So just a very, very savage kind of upbringing. And he was taught from a very early age that if you are powerless, you are dispensable, right? And he became such an amazing fighter that he was asked to be the Khan of a small tribe, and they were just brutal. They started to consume and grow in size and grow in stature. And the rest is history. I mean, he took over most of the known world, and did some of the most brutal things I've ever, did things that I think make Hitler not look so bad. Some of the stories.
Yeah.
And when you look at someone like that kind of a tyrant, and you ask yourself, does a morality that seeks survivability at bottom really work on a character such as that?
Yeah. And I guess if that was the foundation of morality, that would be a problem.
Right.
Yeah. I have a kind of counterclaim that isn't fully examined, and at some point would like to have it epistemologied, but I don't know.
Well,
Yeah, I
maybe
don't want to
before
derail us, but
we
yeah.
continue any further, I just want to do another quick check-in. Biscuit, you're getting a lot of questions from a lot of different people, and I just wanted to check in with you to make sure that you're okay continuing with this. I have a couple of questions myself, but I'm just doing an SE friendly check-in with you, just to that kind of continuing consent check-in. Uh, how do you feel about the way the conversation's going so far?
I'm good. I'm enjoying it a lot. I appreciate the check-ins.
Okay, great, great. I sometimes we try to figure out if a certain reason, how much a certain reason has weight in your confidence in your conclusion. Um, and whenever whenever we've talked about this before, I've noticed that when we talk about morality, you bring up the atheist position as part of the explanation, um, and that's totally fine. I was curious though, how much of your morality is based on your understanding of an atheist's position?
That's an interesting question. Would you mind unpacking it a little more?
Yeah. So, how much weight does your understanding of an atheist's position uh, give in your confidence that morality comes from a God?
I think I think it would be very little, because my assumption that morality came from God was primary. I think I've had that one since a kid.
Okay. So no matter what your understanding of an atheist's position, it sounds like that doesn't really matter that much for your confidence in your conclusion. Would that be fair to say?
That's fair.
Okay. What about evolution? Like, how much about evolution or Genghis Khan's situation, how much does that weigh into your confidence?
How much does that weigh into my confidence of what?
That your conclusion is correct about morality coming from a God?
I suppose that example would weigh in a little bit. I think it's a good example.
Okay,
I'm not sure. I'm not sure I could put a number on it.
got it. Okay. Um, how how would the world be different if morality did not come from a God?
How would the world be different if morality didn't come from a God? Um, I'm not sure. Uh, I don't find that to be the case. So anything that I would speculate would, be kind of pulled out of the air. I
Okay.
think, I mean, and just to, I mean, I don't want to seem like I'm dodging the question, but it seems almost like asking, you know, if, what would life be like if, instead of cars, we all, drove hovercrafts or something. I wouldn't be able to think of, what an alternative would look like.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird hypothetical. I guess maybe a better way to put it is there a way that we can tell if morality did not come from a God?
If morality did not come from a God, how would we know it?
Yeah, that sounds like a good way to phrase my question.
If morality didn't come from a God, how would we know it? I guess the God argument wouldn't make any difference. If you would know that morality didn't come, well, once again, I'm not a knowledge person, I'm a
But
belief
doesn't
person, but
that
I think
question also presuppose there being a God?
the belief that morality does not come from a God would be justified if, how can I phrase this? The claim that morality does not come from God would be justified if comparative terms like good and evil did not require superlative concepts to make sense. However, they do. And if God is not the superlative, the onus is on you to explain what you mean by the comparative terms that you use to describe bad people.
No, but the question already presupposes that there is a God to give us something. To say that like there isn't a God to like, or to ask the question, how do we know that morality isn't in relation to some sort of theocracy, still erects that theocracy. So maybe we should pose the question of where does morality come from outside of the notion of God?
There are a lot of ideas about where morality might come from. We talked about survivability, and I offered a challenge to that idea. Not that the challenge defeats it, but I think that the existence of God is a better explanation than survivability. Being the gaping holes that I think are there.
Hey, could we have, oh shoot, Marquis, I wanted to give you a chance. I saw you come up earlier. I sent you an invite. Two things. I think David, I don't know if David, if you were done with your
There's Marquis.
questions.
He's back.
Yeah, I brought him back. Marquis, if you want to go ahead and ask your question, or hold on a second. David, were you done?
Yes, I don't have any more specific questions right now. I think if anybody else had a question, go for it. And I'm hearing some echo right now. Is that just me?
Being a holy work done by God's servant, being the king in this case, right? So your religion can still be used as a tool to serve the selfish benefits of the king. Wouldn't you agree?
Certainly, yeah. People have used religion for terrible.
I'd like to ask a question. In terms of your alluding to science, you want to continue, Marquis?
No. I'm good with you continuing. I never heard Biscuit's response. That's all I wanted to say. I lost audio.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just said that I concur with you that religion has been used to make terrible atrocities. I agree with that.
Right. So I just would take 10 more seconds, Alfonso. I would kind of piggyback on what Stephen was saying earlier. So survivability wouldn't be about one individual or a small group of individuals, but for the human collective, right? So we don't need religion or the idea of God, but rather a concept that, the collective, the collective needs or benefit, outweighs one individual's needs or benefits, right? And if that would be the case, neither the king nor anybody else would be able to, exploit anything like that, or would do anything like that, right?
But
That's all.
the collective needs outweighing the needs of the few is refuted by the evolutionary process in our own evolutionary history. We are the few, and our ancestors were the many that died off because we were better at gathering resources. We were better at feeding, fighting, fleeing, and reproducing, and thus we survived. The amount of species that have survived the evolutionary processes is extremely few. It almost reduces to zero when placed against the background of all the species that have died because they couldn't outcompete us. And so if someone is able to outcompete me and is greedy, and I die as a result of their being able to do that and outsmart me, even connive me, the evolutionary process would seem to reward that person. And that's the reason I don't think that that argument works for morality.
No, I'm not even making an argument for morality. I'm just trying to understand your position better, right? So you make a good point. All I would say to that is now, at this point, our species is not facing that situation, right? Yes, you're right when we go back in the past and look at evolutionary processes. But what I'm saying right now, can we not just survive and thrive as one human species? And yes, you can consider everything else, the other species, right?
I
The
think
plants, the animals, and
I think
everything
that
else.
the human race has gotten so good at accumulating resources that poverty has dropped like around the world, and that's a beautiful thing. But I would disagree with the concept that we're not still going through it. I think that the what is it, the 15 or 20 richest people on earth have more wealth than the
And that's a
5
problem.
billion.
And that's the problem, right? I would agree. I would agree. I'm saying,
Right, but
the concept of
what would your concept of morality say to those 10 or 15 people who say, "Look, this is about me outcompeting you, and this is about me and uh, my tribal instinct and the people of my tribe and who I desire to give my wealth to and my posterity. I don't owe anything to you. You might die off as someone who's weaker than me."
correct.
What would
That's a
you
good
say?
point. Yeah, yeah. I would say that, my concept of morality does not come from a objective perspective. First of all, it's an intersubjective perspective, meaning if I could gather more people on my view and educate people on how this is uh, maladaptive for the society, like a friend says, it's just that simple, right? The corporations are still not able to give or sorry, not in favor of giving credits or their profits to the more needy, right? But there is no saying that we cannot gather and have a campaign around that, right? So that's what I would say. I would come from a position of rational morality. I would make a rational case how certain profits are not justified, how paying labor wage, the correct labor wage is justified, how it makes more sense for the benefit of the whole society. And it's not like you just have to accept it. It's like us as a society coming together and reason with each other to come up with the understandable solution and then improve further on it. So I'm not even claiming in objective morality that you have to just agree with without reasoning, right? I'm saying it would just make sense uh, for the benefit of the whole society, and it'll be a longer and bigger and deeper discussion.
I agree with that, and I wanted to offer you and maybe the entire room could offer some perspective on this. What would it be like? The founding fathers signed a document that says we hold these truths to be self-evident. All men were created equal and endowed by the Creator with inalienable rights. Among these, life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness. If we weren't created equal, we certainly were not evolved equal. There's nothing equal about evolution. Evolution doesn't care about equality. As a matter of fact, it doesn't even favor equality. It favors the powerful over the weak. So isn't it beneficial that the founding fathers had that belief system? Isn't it beneficial to humanity to come under the assumption that evolution fundamentally denies, or that naturalism fundamentally denies?
I would give my response, but I just wanted to say sorry to Alfonso. I said I'll take 10 seconds and then we went back and forth. So I'll let Alfonso go from here, but if time comes, I would respond to that. I certainly have a response to it, but I don't have a short response.
I would observe that these things Biscuit's bringing up are basically social Darwinism, not biological evolution.
That's fair.
And social Darwinism is generally considered to be groundless. So there is no scientific evidence to support that these particular thoughts, that there is a social Darwinism that rewards the rich and powerful.
That
that
was
is
my
not
point.
really a part of the biological Darwinism, or
That
biological evolution.
and that was going to be my objection actually as well. Alfonso, if you want to go ahead and say what you wanted to say.
I just want to say, Marquis, you owe me 3 minutes, 20 seconds. But no, I do have something to ask. But I would like you to reply before Marquis.
Marquis, if you want to respond to Biscuit, go ahead.
No. I wanted to hear Alfonso's question because I know I have a tendency to go on a long rant on those kind of questions. So I don't want to do that right.
I have a street epistemology themed question for Biscuit about that, and my question would be, can something be beneficial and not be true?
Yes. Did you hear my answer?
Yes, thank you.
So I would top on that, right, Biscuit? So I would just piggyback on that question, I believe, and I would agree with your answer as well. But then shouldn't we just agree with the concept of Plato's noble lie instead of getting fixated on the idea of religion or any of that concept being objectively true? Eventually that brings you to the same spot as me, which is focused on the well-being as a society of a whole.
Well, I'm fully convinced that that God is real. If you think that God is not real, then I think by dint of that belief, you should look at the religious people around you and not be shocked that they exist, or not be shocked that they're on this pilgrimage for higher truth or supernatural ideas. That's just kind of the result of the evolutionary process according to your belief system. So what surprises me is the atheist's mission, which often is to get down to the brass tacks about what objective truth is and objective morality. It seems like a very theistic mission. That's just the way things seem. I'm not attaching that to
It's just not my
necessarily.
mission and my stance. I'm mostly an agnostic rather than attaching myself or fixating myself on an opinion. But I speak just for myself.
I have a question for Biscuit. Um, I guess based on your religious philosophy, and your belief and understanding of God, you probably believe that you are assigned to go to heaven. And on the other hand, you believe that atheists are probably not going there at all.
My ideas on heaven and hell, and you'll have to pardon me because I'm not in a time in my life where I'm very consistent in my religious beliefs. I'm somewhere between Christianity and Hinduism and Buddhism, and a little bit of Taoism. The only things that I'm not are Muslim and atheist. And I visited an Islamic temple last week, and I have many atheist friends. But my ideas of heaven and hell are always in flux. I don't believe that all atheists are going to hell. I don't believe that all Christians are going to heaven. I think that the afterlife is an essentially egoless state of being. I don't think that a person can lose their life because a person is life. What they can lose is their body. And when your body dies, my belief right now, and this is subject to change like tomorrow, so don't take what I'm saying with a grain of salt, please. But I believe that when I die, um, I will lose all ego. And so ego in this life extends to my house, my car, my political ideas, my religious ideas, even the claim that this is my body, right? All of that is ego. It's a social construct. The difference between you and me is ego. and that will dissolve at my death, and I will be the same as you. I will be the same stuff. The whatever you want to call that. And I think the people who have amassed to themselves inflated egos, and who cling to this life, will see that egoless reality as a type of hell. And those who have learned to give up ego and to recognize themselves in others will see that same reality as a state of bliss. And though I have that opinion of heaven and hell right now, it's subject to change. Right now I am kind of in this. I'm in this very uprooted position in my philosophy right now.
And let me ask you a compassionate, sensitive question. Do dogs go to heaven?
I certainly hope so. But no, I don't. I don't know. I don't think that. I wonder if dogs are self-aware. I don't think that a dog is a high enough creature to have self-awareness. I know that apes do, and I think dolphins might, and elephants. But I don't think dogs have self-awareness. They have a type of consciousness that, when dogs die, that consciousness might, join the universal consciousness in some way. I believe that the entire universe is in God. That's why it made sense, in the Bible where it says, if you lift up a rock, God is there. If you look behind a tree, God is there, right? If you look inside yourself, God is there. So I don't want to go on a tangent, but
That might be a good room title. Do dogs go to heaven? Thanks, Mead. I'm writing that one down.
it's a great
I
room
actually
title.
listened to a sorry, I was just saying I actually listened to a room where someone was explaining how you can be reincarnated as a dog, and as a dog you still have a chance to do good or bad. And being a dog, being good would mean that you don't bite people that don't harm you, and by doing that you can then again be reincarnated as a good person in a good place in life.
I
Far out.
wanted I wanted to ask Biscuit, where do you stand right now, this moment? As concise as you can share with us on how science informs your reality, and it's a long answer that requires a short question, which is really paradoxical and hard to do. But yes, concisely as you can, why do you embrace some scientific knowledge, and Buddhism and Hinduism and Christianity, but rejects Islam? Where do you draw the line, Islam and atheism?
It's not a rejection of Islam so much as Islam's rejection of me. Like I said before, in the Islamic faith, I would be mushrik. I would be someone who believes in many gods, even though I think that God is singular, and that God is the whole thing. God is you. God is me, and we're not separate. The idea that we're separate is what's called Maya in the Hindu religion. It's a delusion. The idea that I'm separate from you. So I do fundamentally believe that there's only one God, and that's compatible with Christianity and Islam. But out of respect for them, it wouldn't be fair for me to call myself a Muslim. And I think you had another question about science.
It was, within all these different religions and scientific disciplines, where do you draw the line on? Well, you answered the Islam question, but and I think we've talked about why atheism. So my main inquiry is on science. When does it inform your outlook on life, on truth, on Does it have to do with it conflicting with spirituality?
No, I don't
Or
think that I don't think that science is at conflict with spirituality at all. When I want to study the mechanisms of nature, of time and space, then I will make myself a student of the scientists. And I've learned a lot from science, and I think that it's important for all of us to learn to utilize science where it's necessary and put it away where it isn't. I think we make the scientist's job harder than it ought to be when we expect them to make um, brilliant comments when it comes to things which they have not endeavored to study. Um, and you know, I know that there's some conflicting opinion there, but you know, when you look to the scientific community on questions about whether God is there, you interrupt their main work, which is studying time and space and how the universe that we're in works, which is a beautiful job and a beautiful thing to commit yourself to. But no, I don't think that religion conflicts with science whatsoever.
how does science commute with well, what's your stance on miracles and supernatural? I believe we talked, I think one of the first times before you became a biscuit when you were still human. I think you said that God just started the universe, and then it evolved from there. Can you explain how the origins of life and evolution are in your... Am I still in the room?
Yeah, that was
You're back.
a great pause. I think
I,
we
I
may
was...
have lost Biscuit for a second.
Oh,
I heard your entirety. Um,
okay.
maybe
Okay.
there's a phone call or something. I don't know. I think whenever Biscuit said science does not conflict with uh, or it, I forgot what he said now. His his religion does not conflict with science. Was that accurate? And if so, maybe a good question would be if we found, hypothetically, if we found an example of when it did conflict with science, what would that mean? What would that mean for you?
Um, Sorry, I'm strapping my daughter in a car seat right now. I don't think religion does conflict with science. Once again, I don't know what it would mean to entertain the hypothetical. Like, what would I do if it suddenly did? Um, but I'm sorry, I lost track of your first question.
No, that's my fault. I thought you were gone for a second, and I was just kind of maybe giving a suggestion as far as a question. But I think Alfonso was wanting your view on uh, how the universe started. Maybe
Yeah,
can you
it's
rephrase your question, Alfonso?
it's basically are you a creationist, an evolutionist, or an evolutionary creationist?
I believe in evolution so far as I mean, evolution merely means change, and so I do believe in aspects of evolution. Um, but yeah, I do believe that the universe was created.
And did God create a man and a woman, or did he create the conditions for complex life to emerge and evolve
I
through,
don't know.
through...
I'm willing. I'm willing to follow the scientific consensus on that. I think that the Bible's book of Genesis, um, uh, wasn't written to be taken literally. Um, and so I don't believe in a literal mud figurine that came alive, and that a woman was taken out of his rib. I think that that's poetic language. And you know, I don't mean that as a cop out. I've said before that that I read the Bible literarily instead of literally, and to read the Bible literarily means to understand that certain books are books of poetry, certain books are books of history, certain books are books of prophecy. And so when you read uh, the Bible, you're not reading one book, you're reading 66 books. And all of those books should be read in accordance with what the author was trying to portray.
How do you know what the actor was trying to portray? How do you determine which
I'm
was
sorry, I
poetry,
didn't.
Um,
which was history?
if I can follow up with one, I think I want to bring it back to morality somehow. So if God created the conditions and not necessarily created a clay figurine in order to create man, is it possible that God created the conditions for social interactions amongst men and amongst humans and animals, and thus derive a moral system that responds to natural laws, the understanding of the natural world from by measuring and using data to see how humans have behaved throughout the ages. So where do you draw the line between God interacting with humans to give us to speak to us and give us commandments and stuff and design versus just allowing the natural conditions for things to emerge, such as consciousness and language and humans being able to figure out how to conduct themselves in a social context, and that social context to evolve so that we can. Yeah, I'm giving too much away. I wish I just got an. I should have.
No, I think that that's actually an amazing question and one that I don't have an immediate answer to. If I'm understanding you correctly, the question was where do I draw the line between what God specifically tells us to do and how He desires for us to interact and how God created us to interact versus what God expects us to find out or allows us to find out by trial and error. And I'm really not sure. I'd have to think about that a lot.
I don't recall. Did we talk about the other side of that initial proposition about
Thank you.
like what was the evidence for um, objective morality that's given as opposed to, I don't know, just having some other sort of common basis that why do we why are we thinking that it is? I mean, given that your thoughts are on good and evil, that it requires a superlative. Okay, and you said you were fine if you just removed the superlative. But why is there then? I mean, why is there the belief that there's something objectively true with the superlative, as opposed to just relative stuff that we figured out?
The problem is that if it's not actual, then we really don't have much of a right to judge people by it. And I use the example of, sometimes I will, just as a party trick, sometimes I'll ask an atheist, I'll say, okay, I have 3 questions for you. The first question is, how many times per year in the world should someone be raped? And the atheist will say, well, 0, that should never happen. And then I'll say, okay, the second question is, how many times per year should a child get abducted? And they'll say 0. And I'll say, okay, last question, how many times per year should an innocent person be locked away in a prison? And they say 0. And I say, okay, well, all of these zeros imply that you are judging the real world by the standard of a utopia, right? That utopia is what Christians refer to as heaven. You use heaven just as often as I use heaven. We use heaven to judge the world and how the world should be. However, if you don't think heaven truly exists, as the theist does, or as most Christians do, then what right do you have to judge the actual world by the utopia that you don't think exists? Why won't you just allow the world to be the world? And I say, if an alien were to visit the world and to study it, the alien might write down that foxes mate this many times per year. Wolves fight each other for dominance this many times per year. Lions have this many cubs. Humans commit this many murders, right? There's nothing wrong with any of it. It's just the way the world is. So why do you make a moral distinction as if the world should be different than it is if you are
Yeah.
truly an atheist?
So I'm hearing you say that when people answer those questions with the 0 times, that this is based on how they believe the world ought to be.
Correct.
Would that be correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Would it be possible for somebody to also answer all of those questions in the same way based on their belief in how the world ought not to be?
Sure, but you run into the same dilemma. If you're saying the world should not be a certain way, you're passing sentence on existence. And
Hmm.
I'm borrowing that phrase from Nietzsche. He said, "Insofar as we believe in moral law, we pass sentence on existence." He was saying,
Yeah.
if you believe in good and evil, you're saying the world should be different than how it is. And as an atheist, you're not justified in saying the universe should be different.
Hmm. So, but do I need to feel justified in order to make those statements? I mean, like, for
Well,
example, the 3 things that you gave were all what I would consider to be instances of harm. And I would say that I do not like being harmed. By definition, harm is bad. I want to avoid harm wherever I possibly can. And I think that this is universally held as a belief by all living things, or they tend not to survive. but that all living things then wish to avoid harm. Without passing sentence on that, I could say, in a world where those things happen, I or other people around me that I might care about or might, that are a part of the community that I participate in would experience harm. And I would rather they not experience that. I would rather not experience that. So I'm saying the world ought not to be that way because I don't like harm. Would that be a morally defensible thing to say? Or is it even a moral? Is it just like, yeah, I think that ought not to happen because harm sucks. Let's not harm.
Yeah, I don't find the logical entailment of when Biscuit you say that you're not justified. So my wish or desire to achieve a certain state or for the world to be a certain way is not justified because because I don't believe it exists like that in another realm. Is that what your argument is? I'm just trying to understand.
I'm saying your utopia and my utopia are different in that yours is a possible world and mine is an actual world. So if you don't believe that the utopia exists, then you forfeit your right to judge real people by what you admit is imaginary. So
No,
the heaven.
sorry, I'm just interrupting for clarification. So your utopia and my utopia is not different, but because when we're talking about how many people should get murdered in this world, we're still talking about this world and the possibilities of this world. I
Right.
don't see a correlation or dependency on my belief on another world, be it imaginary or real.
So when Jesus says, "Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven," he's saying, "Make the earth like the utopia. It's real. It can be a reality, right?" So if you as an atheist deny that the reality of heaven is possible, that it is completely imaginary, that heaven does not exist, then you shouldn't judge the actual world by the standard of that non-existent utopia.
It's not a judgment, it's a desire to achieve a certain state, and I'm really honestly failing to grasp the logical entailment of it. Like, it doesn't really have to exist, right? I can wish that I had wings to fly. It doesn't mean that I should first have evidence for someone, for a human being with wings first. No, I can still
Excuse
wish
me,
that.
Biscuit. So, Marquis. So, as you know, I actually just happen to align with Biscuit on this. I am a staunch atheist. Um, if you couldn't tell by how much time I spend in this clubhouse, but Marquis, I think what Biscuit is saying is that you treat the world and you judge people in it as if there is an objective set of guidelines. And I say this because I've seen you do that, right? When people come into this room and they claim that it's okay to, we had a very heated room one time where someone claimed that they can have sex with their wives, regardless of whether she wants to or not, because the Bible or the Quran gave him the right. So he was defending the right for him to have sex. We all told him that this was immoral. Whenever we talk about subjective morality or anything like that, right? Where do you get it to tell this person that it's immoral if the morality you claim is subjective? It doesn't really come from anything.
That's a good question, but I don't really tell that person that it's immoral in the sense that it's objective, right? It's in the sense that I don't, it's a personal preference for me. It shouldn't
So,
happen, right? It identifies harm for me, not just for me, but for the society, right? And I see people in pain. I've seen and I've
but
known about people who've been,
Marquis,
subject to
if this
marital rape.
society, but if this society or group agrees that it is that yes, men can have sex with their wives when they do not, if they agree on that,
So
then would you still?
that would mean the woman also agrees, and that becomes a paradox. The women are as much part of a society as much as men. So does if women agree, then actually it's not really a disagreement of them when a man approaches their wife for sex.
I think that so far as I know, we the way that we define it, that people here have defined it, is that these different groups, sorry, these different groups, we treat them as like individual groups that have agreed on their own morality, and that's why we call it subjective, and that's going to be different than in other places. So the things that this group of people are doing in their own groups, we are defining that, okay, they agreed on that, that's subjective. I still don't get it if that is how we are defining it. That's really all I wanted to say. Basically, if you want to go ahead and continue, pick.
No, I actually have to go for now. Um, somebody dropped off Chinese food at our house, even though we didn't order it. So we're gonna take advantage of that. My wife and I. She just told me that someone dropped off Chinese food on DoorDash, and it's at the wrong house, but we're gonna eat it. Uh,
Uh,
so,
I sent that to you as a gift for being
oh,
in our room today, Biscuit.
that's just what I wanted, David. You're a
Man,
moral man indeed.
You're
my
welcome.
wife has put the wrong address in DoorDash and accidentally had food delivered across the street, but we were able to get it from our neighbor. And I was very happy that they did not eat it or throw it away.
Yeah, I am not mad at DoorDash right now, but it
It's
has been an amazing conversation. You guys are awesome. I can't wait till the next one, and please ping me next time, and I'd love to continue these conversations. Thank you.
thanks for joining us today, Biscuit. That's great. Thanks so much. That was a miracle. Chinese food was a miracle, I think, probably.
But
God's
it
gift.
was very, very immoral to not return it to the rightful owner.
Well, rational morality would dictate that these days the food will be just thrown out, right? You cannot take food from one person and give it to another because of the pandemic and the control procedures in place. So rationally, it's okay to eat it.
Like I
But,
have a
but at
or
least
someone like a block
notify
from my
the
house.
people.
They've they've got the same house number, and I've been able to like go over and get my groceries that were delivered to the wrong house.
A
So
quick epistemology question, maybe. So in that conversation where I posed that, could it be also said that like if all of those three things are harm, that what they have in common that's objective is that our agreement on that they're harmful, and our dislike of harm is then an objective notion that harm is bad. But as I posed it, I'm not sure that that was a good epistemological form. It's like I was drawing a conclusion and trying to push it on Biscuit. What would be a better approach to that?
I think trying to figure out why Biscuit's reasons for being confident in the claim are good reasons. And if shown to their satisfaction that it's not a good reason, how would that affect the confidence they have in the claim? I think whatever question you want to ask that gets to that idea would be good. I don't. I think that was a good question, though. I wouldn't say that was a bad question
Okay.
that you gave.
I
Yeah,
just worried I was like pushing too much of my conclusion on there. But I was really just more like, why isn't this also a non-relativistic way of determining what's bad? Because he was like, his evidence was, I ask anybody these three questions, their answers are always no. And I'm
yeah,
like, well, that also could be because they're all recognizably harm, and we all know that harm hurts.
yeah,
So it's
And
determined by pain. Is that what it is, Stephen? Pain.
well, yeah, or our empathy with others over their pain, right? That these things are just things that we've evolved to have is empathy. So
So
other people's pain is also our pain, and we want to avoid that.
isn't it objectively true that as organisms, the human species, we have pain receptors, and our nervous system is what creates the pain when we have something that I guess harmful or painful.
Yeah, I
Our
guess this
bodies have.
gets into my weird counter objection or my counterclaim, which is that the consistency of morality and or ethics is biologically based.
That's thank you. That's actually my thesis as well, Stephen. Marquis, in a group of people where the people that live here have agreed that people that steal can have their hands cut off and homosexuals can be decapitated. If every single person agrees to this, and w- would you still find it that it is moral for them to do that, provided that some percentage of the people that have agreed will steal, and maybe even some percentage of them will be homosexual? Is it still moral to do that as long as they all agree?
I
I,
mean that would be, I wouldn't say it's moral or immoral. I wouldn't even take that approach, right? It's for them to decide, right? Because it's subjective. So yes, for them it's moral. And I'm
So,
not claiming for objective
but you
morality,
wouldn't
right?
have an object, but you wouldn't have an objection to it, right? Because they've agreed to it, so you wouldn't really
No,
have
yeah,
any
yeah.
objection.
I'm more of a Hegelian in that sense, that Hegel said that history kind of swings between two extremes before it finds its equilibrium, right? So I do believe that a society would restore itself, because me saying something would be equivalent to, America saying, let's bring you democracy, right? That's not my gift to give them.
I want to give the floor to other people. So go ahead. I have more
Yeah.
questions.
I was going to say, in my take on it, morality is something that we're developing.
So I want to
And
maybe,
so the question is more like, is that a way that we ought to be? And then, like, if we base that on something like, well, the lawgiver said this, then I don't think that there's room to budge, right? There's no room to discover where we might have better ways of doing things, right? Like our confidence in what we're doing becomes, what was it, doxological or whatever. Like we're stuck in this is like the absolute, and I'm like, no, we're like still pretty early as a species. We're pretty young, and we don't know anybody that's got kind of like our quite cognitive ability to do these things yet. So we're still puzzling it out. But the things that we're puzzling it out on, I think that there is a non objective core on which we're basing those decisions. And those decisions might be poor strategies, and we could find better strategies. But the core to it is universal and not subjective. It's
Universal.
objective.
When you say sub universal, what are you pointing to?
So I believe that the foundation for morality or ethics is in needs, and like in a psychological sense, like Maslow like phrased needs, that kind of need, things that we need in order to be fully realized human beings, that those
Would
needs are universal to all humans.
would you agree that Maslow's needs were derived from a study of our human nature?
Well, I mean, they were inspired by a particular native tribe, but yeah, I think he was trying to like figure out what are those universal needs, which is still something that we're trying to discover. Is like, well, what would we break that down into? Like, if we were to like categorize all the things we think people need, what sorts of categories might they fall into? But that's just us sorting that shit out. Really, the needs are all the same. Now, the level at which we feel or are aware of a particular need or how we value that need within a society may alter, right? That's our figuring out the ethics or the morality or just our current situation, right? Is going to like change what we think are more important needs than other needs. But the needs themselves don't change. They're universal. Like pain is universal to our experience as a living thing. So we all have an avoidance of pain. We have a need for like not to be in pain, whatever that is, like a need for physical well-being, psychological well-being. These are needs. And so we look at that and we go, I don't think that rule that you've made is meeting the psychological well-being of this person. So I question your ethics. And who am I to say that? Is I'm a participant in this living thing, right? I'm a participant in humanity. Like the weight of what I believe is just my weight, right? But when other people agree with me, that weight becomes stronger to like change or alter and hopefully discover better ways of doing things than the ones that were given to us in this book.
I was wondering if I see Aditya in the audience. The other day I had a good conversation with him around you cannot drive an ought from an is. And I was wondering if he wanted to come up and maybe share his perspective because I don't want to butcher it.
And mine's how ought we to be to get to what we want to be, but it's not like how we ought to be because a lawgiver told us that we ought to be, or because there's one right way to be. It's like there may be multiple right ways to be, but they're all founded and grounded in a universal truth, a universal commonality.
I'm sorry, guys. I was kind of right in the back channel for interrupting Marquise. As you know, this very topic has been, I guess, somewhat important for me as I've discussed this with a lot of my fellow atheists, and I've gotten a lot of pushback for alluding to what Stephen just said. And so I really kind of wanted to get in and investigate what Stephen meant, which I 100% agree that our psychology, our biology, is how we derive a lot or all of our moral answers. Somehow you have to connect the morality to the nature of the creature you're talking about. It connects somehow to the creature. And so you cannot disconnect morality from our biology, from nature, or maybe even the environment. So ultimately, that's my thesis. And it seems like anything that has to do with calling it subjective, it, it, atheists seems to argue as if morality is subjective, but when they're asked, they always say subjective, but they talk about it as if it is objective up until they're asked. And so I don't know. I kind of wish that more people were listening to this conversation, because this is a really big point of contention, I think, so far in the last couple of
Yeah,
days.
early. If you don't repent soon enough, you're gonna go to atheist hell.
My life is gonna be revoked. I'm no longer gonna be allowed.
You're soon gonna become a theist, and I don't know what we're gonna do with that. It's gonna be a spiritual death.
No way. I have such respect for the scientific method, and I I think that I am more of an atheist to be looking at science and looking at our biology as a response to this moral question. I think it's more in line with the atheist thesis, but I'm biased.
I might be able to offer some clarity about this. And I also think that it's interesting, before I forget, that early you may have touched on. Okay, so I've been involved with this project about the Street Epistemology Survey. And so when I'm having these conversations, more and more times it's happening that I recognize one of the statements on the survey. And I think you were maybe touching on this a little bit ago, early, that number 10 on the survey says, if all members of a society share a belief, they are justified to hold that belief. And the question is, how strongly would you agree with that? And I'm just kind of throwing that out to the group to maybe think about. But as far as whenever I explore morality and its subjectivity or objectivity, I always come back to the question of what the goal is. What is, if we understand the goal, uh, then we can determine that it's objectively true, based on what the goal is. So if the goal is to reduce harm, it's objectively true to cut somebody's head off for no reason, right? So that might be a way to say that morality is objective as long as we understand what the goal is. And I think Aditya came up to the to the stage. I invite you to share your thoughts.
Yeah, I'm not entirely tracking the conversation, but I can. Um, yes, I mean this. We've talked about this. I mean, I think Marky and Alfonso, we've talked about this before. Um, so, a couple of things, right? So, atheism has nothing to do with moral subjectivism. Um, you can be an atheist, and you can be a moral realist. You can be a theist, and you can be a moral subjectivist. Like it just doesn't follow. Um, I mean, I'm sure we all know here that atheism, the two most prevalent definitions is just like a disbelief in God or lack of belief in God, or just a denial of God. That has nothing to do with moral subjectivism or realism. Realism is just a different word for objectivism. That's one. Yeah, go ahead, David.
I was just going to say that, yes, we had a claim earlier that morality comes from a God. And so I think that's what kind of brought us
Yeah,
into this
Yeah.
space. Yeah.
yeah.
It was
All
if
right, okay.
morality is objective, then it has to have come from God.
Yeah,
That
that's.
was
I mean, I would just ask for the argument. If anyone claims that, I would just ask for the argument. And but yeah, regardless. Another thing which I keep listening to in most of these rooms is how like science can help us answer questions of morality objectively or something along those lines. I mean, I don't want to strawman anyone, so correct me if I'm wrong, but this is a very common um, error in attempting to cross David Hume's is-odd gap. So if you say premise one, everyone, like most people, 99% people feel pain. Premise two, pain is undesirable. Conclusion, therefore, we ought not to inflict pain. That's not a valid inference because you're going from non normative premises to a normative conclusion. So you're going from is statements, which is non normative, to a normative conclusion, which is you ought to do something or you ought not to. However, if any of your premises is a normative statement, for instance, premise one, I don't know, if you don't want to go to jail, then you ought not to kill people. Premise two, you don't want to go to jail, therefore, conclusion, you ought not to kill people. Now you've got ought statements, which is basically morality, what you ought to do, what you ought not to do. Now you got ought statements from not just is statements, but also a normative ought statement in the first premise. So if P then Q, that's an ought statement. The problem is when most of agnostics and atheists fall into this trap of crossing the is-odd gap. Sam Harris is like famous for doing this, and lots of philosophers, lots of moral philosophers and scientists have tried to explain to him how that's just not a valid inference. You cannot get a normative conclusion from non-normative premises.
So,
Yeah,
Aditya,
yeah,
real quick. So, the problem that I see with the way you reasoned there is that you're dealing with absolutes. And I think as philosophers, as you know, that we may, well, I would say that you probably are more than I am. I pretend to be one. Um, we often create a problem by the way we define the dilemma or the parameters. Saying organisms feel pain and that's incomplete, and then to say therefore we do not we should not inflict pain, that's also incomplete. And so the problem is in the way that it doesn't represent reality. So the premises and the conclusions, none of it represents reality. The truth is that we do not like to feel like unnecessary pain, right? We don't want any pain that we don't want. I may want to put myself through certain pain because maybe I'll get a net positive. And I think defining the premises to really align with how we truly deal with pain, I think you will get something that's more consistent.
yeah.
I'm
So
curious what you think
yeah,
about.
yeah. So, I mean, you can still change the premises. Like, it can be very, very specific, but it will still be an is statement. What I mean by that is you can make the first premise not just pain is bad or something. You can say unnecessary pain inflicted on innocent babies with no net positive expectation of utility in the future. Whatever. You can keep adding conditions. Just chopping off babies for no gain, no pleasure, nothing. That's bad. That's fine. I mean, it's still an is statement, and everyone in the world will agree with that. But you still won't be able to present a valid inference how you go from that to you ought not to kill babies or you ought not to chop off babies' head or something like that,
Can I give
because
it
it
a
just
try?
doesn't follow. I mean, so you can Try. I mean, this is just a very famous problem of is ought, right? Like this
I
is
know.
100 years old.
I
Yeah.
didn't take philosophy, so maybe I'm not schooled enough, but I don't buy it for a number of reasons. First of all, you guys are talking about pain, and maybe you already talked about this, but to me it's not about pain because, like Early was saying, like, an athlete might want pain or, sadist and masochist. I think it's about suffering. So, I think if you want, I think you can agree, even like the most masochistic person doesn't want to suffer. They can make an argument like, hey, when I'm not in pain, I'm suffering, whatever. I think those are outlier issues anyway. But if the idea is to, I'm going to reveal myself as a Sam Harris fanboy here. I know you mentioned Adita, can't pronounce your name right, but I know you were mentioning Sam Harris. I mean, I don't agree with everything Sam Harris says, but his book, The Moral Landscape, had a real strong effect on me when I read it 10 years ago or whatever, which is just that it's about reducing net human suffering. And as a society, it would be that you can't get a moral ought. We ought to reduce net human suffering because 99.9999, whatever percentage of people have brain damage or psychopaths, it's a small percentage. So I think, since morality is a man-made concept anyway, I mean, all this shit is man-made. Philosophical concepts are man-made. We're in the confines. I think when you talk about this stuff, you're talking within the confines, within the context of humanity. Yeah, outside of humanity, like on Mars or on the moon, yeah, then there is no objective morality. But objective to the human experience of of 99.999% of humans, I think we ought to reduce suffering. And maybe my is me saying in the context of most human experience, but so be it.
Yeah, it
I
could
don't
be.
know if I make.
Yeah, so I mean, again, like you can use pain, you can use suffering, you can use well-being, pleasure, or I mean, you can just use the word utility. And I mean, I can even scale it up, right? We can scale it up to, I don't know, infinite disutility, infinite suffering for infinite time of all conscious minds. That would still be in a statement. That would still be, okay, all humans do not desire infinite pain, infinite suffering for infinite time. That's still in his statement. You still won't be able to make that jump to, therefore we ought not to do that.
But the difference is, it is true. It is true that humans
Right.
don't like to
I mean,
suffer.
premise one could be true. Yeah, premise one could be true. But I'm not saying premise one is false. I'm saying the argument is invalid. The inference
You're
from
saying that
drawing
you
from
need to have that premise before you can make the ought
no,
statement.
no. I'm saying your premise one should be an odd statement. If that's the case, then it's a valid argument.
Can you
If your
define
premise
the
one
is
is
odd? Can you define is odd issue that you propose? What is the is odd issue that one should not?
yeah, yeah. So it's I mean, I don't know exactly the literature on this, but it's along the lines of I mean, I think David Hume proposed this, but it's along the lines of you cannot derive a normative conclusion in an argument from non-normative premises. So all that means is you cannot derive odd statements from purely is statements in the premises. That wouldn't be a valid inference. So what Capitan, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly, what you said, I can put that in an argument. I can say premise one, all humans who have ever lived do not desire infinite suffering for all beings, conscious beings, including animals, whatever, for infinite time. Sure, that's in his statement. Premise two, I mean, that's enough actually. Premise one, and then conclusion, therefore, we ought not to inflict infinite suffering for infinite beings. It just doesn't follow. It's not a valid inference. One could just say, therefore, we ought to do it. I mean, I don't see why that wouldn't be a valid argument. What you can do is change the first premise to say, if all humans, or if majority of humans do not desire infinite pain and suffering for infinite time, then we ought not to inflict infinite pain and suffering. That's if P then Q. That's premise one. That's a normative claim. That's not an is claim. Premise two, majority of humans do not desire infinite pain and suffering, therefore Q, which is therefore we ought not to do it. That's fine. That's if P then Q, P therefore Q. That's a valid argument.
Yeah, but I
Yeah, go
mean,
ahead.
I think that's what Copperton was kind of saying, and I didn't find anything invalid about that. I would say that it's valid and sound.
So, well, no. So going from is statements to ought statement is just not valid. All I mean by not valid
No,
is
I
it
mean
doesn't entail.
the ought premises that you presented, right? The ones that you proposed could be a valid one. I didn't have an issue with those, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm not tracking.
Can I take a stab at it, Aditya,
Yeah,
if
go
you don't
ahead, go
mind,
ahead.
because it'll
Yeah.
help me understand. So I think let's take
Oh,
it.
by the
Take
way,
an
sorry,
argument.
I might leave soon, but I would recommend everyone. I mean, you don't have to go and read about Azor, like it might be very dense. But if you're Sam Harris fans, just watch the video of Sean Carroll and Sam Harris talk about the Azor. And Sean Carroll spends 10 minutes explaining to him why you cannot derive it. And I mean, he just doesn't get it. But yeah, that's a great video. It's not
Sam
formal
Harris
logic.
versus
Sean
Sam
Carroll.
Harris.
I
Sean
think I
Carroll, yeah,
listened to
he's
that
a
one.
physicist.
Those are
Yeah,
great minds to be going back and forth. I would love to hear that.
yeah.
Yeah.
I
So
still think we ought to reduce suffering, and I think you're crazy if you disagree. But that's
I mean,
no,
I
I'm
agree
just
as well. Wait. I agree as well. But then, if I ask you to present an argument, if all your premises are just is statements, and then your conclusion is therefore we ought to reduce pain, that's an invalid argument. That's all I'm saying. We're all in the same team, but I wouldn't present
He
that argument. Yeah, go ahead.
Copperton, he proposed a new ought premises, which I agreed with, and it also lines up with what we were saying. So I think it's
did
just a
I
way
miss
of
that?
changing the
What is it?
language.
so
Just changing the language would actually.
Yeah, we're talking
yeah.
about being consistent with the premises and the conclusion. So, if I understand you correctly, Aditya, you're saying that if we're going to make an ought conclusion, we can't use is premises, right? We have to be consistent with the
Right.
premises and the conclusion.
So then,
That's
what's the
correct. Yeah, for a
solution?
norm.
Sorry if I missed it. If someone doesn't mind just repeating it as quickly as possible. What's the suggestion?
Well, I mean, there's no solution. I don't think that the Izod can be crossed. What I present is um, just include a normative claim in your first premise. If
Can
you
you
don't want to go to jail, then you ought not to kill. Premise two, I don't want to go to jail, therefore I ought not to kill. That's fine. That's
I
going
see
from a
what you're saying.
normative
So
claim
if
to.
you don't want to live in a world where you keep saying infinite, I understand you're taking it to its logical conclusion, but if you let's have it this. If and I'll ask anybody in the world this, if you want to live in a world with as little human suffering as possible, then we ought to treat each other better, right? Like, does that work? Did I set the premise?
I mean, kind of, but you're on the right line. Yeah, it would be if P then Q, P therefore Q. Like that's fine. That's a valid argument.
And the only,
Just
but I
saying
think the only
the.
humans, and this was Sam Harris's argument, the only humans that would disagree with that are people who are psychopaths. Like
I mean,
even
that's
religious
fine.
people
Yeah,
who are cutting
I
off
mean, I
heads
grant that.
would agree
Yeah,
with that.
yeah.
Like
small
I mean, I grant
minority?
everybody
that.
would.
Sure, I grant that, but I think we're talking past each other. So I think what you're saying is how do we build the best society and majoritarian and all that. That's fine. I mean, that's a socio-political, cultural question which I have no answers for. I'll need to look at the empirics. All I'm talking about is the fundamentals of like just valid and sound
How to
arguments and
present
that's
it.
all.
I got you. Okay, understood.
A matter of language is what it sounds like to me.
What
So I
is
wouldn't say it's just a matter of language because that kind of diminishes and like the importance of like having valid arguments. It's not just semantics. I mean, even if it is just semantics, like it's still really really important that we get our arguments correct. Like we don't even have to go into the premises. If it's just an invalid argument, I mean, even the dumbest of the theists can just reject it, and they'll be logically consistent, and we won't
Yeah.
be.
Is
I wanted to
that
take a quick
oh,
stab on it.
what is an
If you guys allow me just 30 seconds I just want, before Aditya leaves, if he can confirm I'm getting him right. So like I think I agree with him that it's not just a matter of semantics, but it's a matter of what makes a valid argument as opposed to an invalid argument. So what I think he's saying is, let's say if we are building a car and engine A makes a fast car, engine B makes a slow car. So we should use engine A would be an invalid argument because just by would that be correct, Aditya? Before I go further.
I don't think I completely tracked it, but I think, yeah, if it's just premise one, engine one is faster engine, premise two, engine two is slower, conclusion, therefore we ought to prefer engine
Correct.
one over
Yeah,
it.
because
That's, I
the
mean,
ought
that just
cannot be
doesn't follow.
driven. They're just properties, right?
Yeah,
Like
there
it
has to
means
be a premise which is an ought. Like there has to be
Yeah,
an
you have
ought
to.
there
You have
one.
to.
has
Yeah.
to be a premise saying that if we ought to build a faster vehicle,
Exactly.
engine A
Exactly.
is
Right.
faster, engine B is slower, then we must
Exactly.
use engine A.
Yep.
So
And
I
that
think
is
that
why
distinction comes in handy.
subjectivism, yeah, that's why most atheists, at least from what I see, are subjectivists. Because if you ask me what do you mean by bad or good or immoral or moral, it just bottoms out at my preferences. I prefer to not have pain. I prefer to like not murder and not rape.
But
It will be
Aditya,
subjective
But
but
eventually.
I
that
think everybody
preference,
prefers that at
yeah,
base.
that
That's an
preference,
empirical claim. Saying everybody prefers that. I mean, I don't have the
uh,
data, but I'm pretty sure.
Uh,
I
but
don't want to
okay,
be
but
pedant though. Yeah.
the preferences come from we as a species can be defined, right? So if an alien race came and they wanted to just give a little summary of this species that they find in planet Earth, part of the definition, an accurate definition of the species would be the soundness of what we're trying to propose here would be defined there. We as a species do not want pain.
I mean, that's fine. Yeah, that's the same thing. It's still a desire. Like we desire not to have pain,
No,
therefore we ought not
no,
to
no,
like
no,
inflict
no. It
pain.
shows up as a desire because that is the way our physiology is.
Sure. I mean,
It
I
starts.
would even, yeah, I can steal mine. You. I can go in one step further. I can say, okay, let's imagine a world where we have exactly that pain. We can quantify the amount of pain. We can map out all the neurons, and we can say, okay, this person is feeling so much amount of pain, and that person really, really doesn't want it. I mean, it still is statements. Science will still tell you descriptive nature of reality. It won't prescribe anything. We come up with the prescriptions.
Well, it's
So
still in the context of humanity. I mean, I'll give you that, and then you can't even put it into the animal kingdom because we don't know that they have those same. It's subjective to the human. Again, most human experience, I think.
yeah, I mean, I'm a moral subjectivist. Yeah, so my morality bottoms out at my preferences. If somebody asks me why is rape bad, it bottoms out at because I prefer
But
not to
no,
rape.
but
And yeah,
No,
Aditya,
but we're
it
saying that
doesn't
it bottoms
bottom
out.
out there.
Sorry, go ahead.
It doesn't bottom out of your preferences. As you said, it's biological and it shows up as a preference, but it's biological.
You're right, right. Tell me if you agree with this early. Those preferences are encoded in your DNA and mine and almost everyone else's whose DNA isn't damaged in some way. And yes, I know that damage is subjective, but I know what you mean. It's like turtles on top of turtles. Like yes, there could be a world with human-like people who are all psychopaths. That world's not going to last. They're not going to cooperate. They're not going
but
to invent
wait.
iPhones. They're
Then
not
you
going to invent clothes.
yeah. So you're that's fine, but you're still injecting a premise that we ought to last, or we ought to survive, or we prefer to survive. I mean, it could be free will, it could be determined, it could be a higher level language of desire, it could be a lower level description of physiology, biology, neurons, whatever. I mean, it's still an is statement.
But getting off the is off for a
Aditya,
second. When you say it's subjective to you, that's the only place I just. I think it's subjective to the human species. That's in the
Yeah, it's subjective to, yeah, when I say, when if somebody asks me what is bad and good, I mean, it just bottoms out at my preferences. That's why I'm a moral subjectivist,
but I'm saying
not everybody
I
else.
think you're wrong. I think it doesn't bottom out at your. I think it
Wait.
bottoms out
You think
at the
I'm wrong that I'm a
species.
moral subjectivist?
I think you're wrong. That I think what you think is your choice to be a moral subjectivist. No. Sorry, that what is your choice to not rape is not your choice. I think that's a biological
I
choice
mean, sure, yeah, it could be determined.
of our what do you call it? We
I
all
see what you're
evolved
saying.
to that choice.
Sure. I mean, yeah, I could. I mean, you can say we have. Like, I don't choose to have my preferences, and it's not free will. It's determined. I mean, that's a whole different debate. It would still be preferences. It would still be desire. If the desire is determined, sure. If the desire is not determined, whatever. Like I don't care. It's still a desire. It's still preferences.
Right. So all humans have your preference. We all have your preferences.
Well, I won't say all, but I think I'll
No,
grant
nobody
most.
likes rape. Nobody likes, even rapists don't like rapists. how can I
So yeah,
put
I don't want
this?
to be a pedant here. I mean, colloquially, I understand what you're saying, and I'm on the same team again. But if you're trying to be rigorous, I won't make those claims
But
because there's a model. Yeah, go ahead.
guys,
Sorry, I'll share that.
I don't know. I was saying that in the back channel just now that I don't know why this topic gets me all hyped up and unmiking and talking over people. I apologize
Me too. I was
in
talking to.
advance for the
No, that's
interruption.
fine. I actually like this. I like when it's free flowing and people are interrupting for clarity. Like, yeah, go ahead, Alicia.
So
No, Carberton, go ahead, and then Carlos has been trying to say something else.
I'm done. Go ahead, Carlos.
Yeah, so I'm sorry. I wanted to question Aditya about the statement. So Aditya, you're saying that the statement needs to have the ought uh, proposition there in order to say that we ought not to do it because we will be negating. And is that what you were claiming?
Well, I don't know what you mean by negating, but yeah, to have a valid inference where the conclusion is an ought statement, where the conclusion is a normative statement, if you have in all your premises, if you just have is statements, if you just have descriptive statements, if you just have non normative statements and a normative conclusion, that's an invalid inference. It just by the laws of logic, it's just not valid. We don't even have to say it's not sound. We don't even have to go into the premises. It just you can just reject the argument because it's invalid, and that's what David Hume said. And
So you
yeah,
say that you were having a problem with what statement? We when it says we should reduce human suffering, you say that that's not a valid, a correct one.
well, it depends on the argument, right? So if the argument is, as I said, premise one, most people or 99% of people do not desire pain and suffering. Premise two, killing innocent babies with no external utility causes a lot of suffering. Therefore, like conclusion, therefore we ought not to kill baby. That just doesn't follow, because the
Ah,
first two premises are non-normative claims, and you've injected an ought in the conclusion. If,
And
however, yeah,
what
go
do
ahead,
you
Stephen.
say is not what do you say it is a normative claim? What is a
Yeah, so
normative
normative is
claim?
just norms. So what you ought to do, what you ought not to do, what you should do, what you shouldn't do. What's the norm? Non-normative is just descriptive. Normative is prescriptive. Think of it like that.
So I think that Aditya's saying something like if in if the normal things to do in Chile is to get up at 5 in the morning, then we ought to all get up at 5 in the morning because that's a normal thing to do. Like that would be an invalid thing for me to say, correct, Aditya?
Well, I mean, I'll have to press you on the argument exactly. But if so, I can say the same example, right? So premise one, if P then Q. Premise two, P, like conclusion, therefore Q. So in normal language, it would be if killing babies causes a lot of suffering, therefore then we ought not to kill babies. That's first premise. Premise two, killing babies causes a lot of suffering. Conclusion, therefore we ought not to kill babies. That's fine because the first premise is a normative claim. It's a normative statement. Premise two is a descriptive statement. It's an is statement. It's a non-normative statement. And conclusion is normative. That's fine. You've derived normative claims from a normative premise. It's a valid
do
inference.
you believe
If
there
you
are?
just say,
Sorry to
yeah, go
interrupt. Do
ahead.
you believe there are
No, that's fine.
universal normative claims, or you think they're all subjective to
I'll have to
society and?
Yeah, I'll have to press you on what you mean when you say universal. If you mean every conscious being, if they all have the same desires,
I'll put the border at humans for now.
so so can you restate by swapping out universal by all humans? Can you restate your question?
Do you believe? No, I'm forgetting how I worded it. Do you believe that there are normative? How did I say it? Universal? Do you believe there are human universal normative claims that every human alive on Earth, again with the exceptions that we spoke about, can agree to at base?
So my honest answer is I don't know. I can maybe come up
Because you
with
can't
something off
read
the top of
minds.
my head. Yeah, exactly. I can't psychoanalyze people, but
Right.
I will say this: even if everyone in the world has some desire that I don't know, no, I desire not to suffer, I desire not to feel pain or whatever. Even if that is true, If you are not a moral subjectivist, it could still be rejected. The premise could just be rejected. If you're a moral realist, like some atheist, they could just say, "Oh, God doesn't desire so," and then you can then go on to ask them about arguments for God. But I mean, yeah, that's all I'm saying.
I I
I
would like to say.
oh,
I'm
I
sorry.
wanted to like see if I got it right
Go.
on. So earlier, like we had a conversation where Biscuit had presented three questions he liked to ask atheists to see, what their thoughts were on whether we ought or how many people should suffer a particular problem, and that they always said like zero. He was like, "Yeah, what's your basis for that?" And I'd said, possibly our basis is that we none of us want to be harmed. And therefore, when we hear people might be harmed in a particular way, we're like, no, we think that zero people should be that way. And he had complained about that saying that we ought not to do a thing, was a jump. And I'm thinking that is ought thing you're bringing up is where this is because just by saying that we ought not to do X, I'm making a statement about a moral fact.
Well, I wouldn't say a moral fact.
Like,
I wouldn't say a
well,
moral
something
fact.
that's
It's a
universally true, right?
well,
I'm
not even
saying we ought
universally.
not to do this.
I wouldn't even say universally. It's just a normative claim. That's all. And
Yeah,
if your
but I
argument,
mean, I
yeah,
didn't premise it. I didn't premise it with
yeah, that's all.
because
Yeah.
X sucks, this
Yep.
is why we should do this,
Well,
or
well,
Yeah,
the
jump
the
that's a
into the
different
problem
thing.
other thing.
the problem with religious people, no offense to any religious people in the room, is that yeah, like someone was earlier, someone was just saying that they can discard it because they can go, oh well, God wants you to suffer, right? And a lot of religions do that, and like so, I mean, so that is why a lot of
The
those
test.
conversations are.
I mean, they could still say that, and it would be a valid argument. It might not be a sound argument because you can talk to them and ask them for existence of God, the arguments for the existence of
Well, yeah,
God.
it's not sound because there is no God, but but that's a separate.
I mean, I don't even hold that claim. I don't hold the claim there is no God. But sure, we can.
It's
Yeah.
functionally impossible that any of the world's religions have
So
any
yeah,
facts
I
based
would
in any
not
of their
use.
magical stuff for it's
Yeah.
function. Probabilities, like I said, like I was saying about humans. Yeah, the problem with this, and this is my problem with philosophy. With all due respect, I understand your argument, but the problem is that, well, how can you say? How do you know we exist? How do you know consciousness? Everything turns into this. Everything kind of gets fluffy. It's like, but you talk about probabilities. Probably humans all feel basically the same things, and probably there is no God. So, like, I go with those probabilities. Probably the world isn't flat. Like I mean, you can say those are all normative claims, fine, but they're
Well, no,
all
no, it's not.
true.
It's not a normative claim. It's not. I mean, yeah, I think there's like a fundamental misunderstanding of just
Well,
philosophy and rigor. But
I
So, well,
I
define normative one more time. I thought I got it, but I.
yeah, so whatever. So ought statements, they are normative. So what you ought to do, what you ought not to do, what you should do and shouldn't do. That's basically normative claims.
Can I read it?
Prescriptive claims.
Can I read? Can I
Go
read
ahead.
the is odd gap definition? I'm at academyforsc.org. The is odd gap is a fallacy that attempts to make conclusions about the way things should be based on the evidence about the way things are.
Yeah, that's not a really rigorous definition, but it serves the purpose of what we basically mean when we talk. If you really want a very rigorous definition, just we can look into SE like Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy or Internet Encyclopedia of Philosophy. But yeah, that pretty much covers it. Like you cannot make conclusions, prescriptive conclusion, purely based on descriptive
And I
statements.
agree with that. And
Yeah.
I actually agree with that. That's why I said earlier my crappy example. If if we notice that certain people always get up, certain group of people always get up at a certain time of day, it would be invalid logic to say that we ought to get up at 5 a.m. just because that's the normal thing to do in this group of people or whatever. I
Wait,
can't just
so
say that I go
yeah,
ahead.
so I don't think it will be. So it depends on how you present the argument. It could be valid or invalid. If you present it in a way, if P then Q, P therefore Q, that's valid. It may not be sound. You can reject any of the premises if you want, and it may not be sound, but it can still be valid. If you say if people in I don't know India like desire to get up at 5 a.m., therefore they ought to get up at 5 a.m. That's just the first premise. If P then Q, premise two, people in India desire to get up at 5 a.m. That's premise 2. Conclusion, therefore they ought to get up at 5 a.m.
If
That's still
getting up
valid.
at 5 a.m. reduces all sentient suffering, then you ought to do it. How's that? That's
Wait,
I- yeah,
I don't
if
follow.
you
I'm kind of
if
kidding. I'm kind of.
if you want to sleep 8 hours and you want to get up at 5 in the morning, you ought to go to sleep at 10 a.m.
If you
No, I
want your
mean that's
coffee to be
just
fresh and your
10
wife
p.m.
makes it at 5 a.m. Yeah, I mean,
So, so I think that Aditya, I think that I completely understand what you're saying. I think you're saying like you cannot derive the conclusion that you ought to not do something if you don't have the ought in some of your on your premises.
yeah.
But
And morality is odd, by the way. Like morality is just like what you ought to do, ought not to do, what you should do, shouldn't do.
yes, I still
and,
disagree.
And
and well, yeah. So, but could it be also like instead of using odd, like it's good, for example, or things like
yeah,
that? It's
I
good,
would just ask
bad.
you what you mean by good then.
Oh, but
Yeah,
okay. So
it's the
we
same
can
thing.
ask what we mean by ought, right? As well. I
Oh,
mean,
yeah.
the only thing that I
No,
wanted to
you
say
can.
is,
Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, the only
Well, then
thing
you
that I
can't
wanted to say is
discuss
like,
anything.
okay,
Well, no, that's not what I meant. I'm not trying to be like a pedant here and keep
yeah,
asking what you mean. But good, when it comes to moral philosophy, good is like a very loaded word. Ought and is are which is very primitive definitional words.
okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, what I wanted to say is like I mean, we should have, right? Like, if we want to create like a framework for morality, I think we need like a complete alphabet of things that we need to have. Like, we need to say that what implies is, right? We need to have like what is equivalent, inclusive, what is not the negation of something, universal quantifier, existential quantifier. We need variable constants, operations, and relations, right? To be able to say, uh, to be able to really build a framework where we can create a moral language. Because by having one axiom or two axioms, like people always like to say, like, oh, you have non-contradiction excluded middle and the identity. Yeah, you can do nothing with that. There's probably no conclusion you can read. Probably trivial conclusions, right? Like restating the same axioms. So I agree with you, but I will even take it farther on like all the things that we need in order to
Wait. Carlos,
really truly make conclusions.
Carlos, did you say we don't? There's no utility. Like, we can do nothing with like the laws of logic.
No,
I'm pretty sure that's not what you meant,
no.
right?
What I meant is like you cannot do nothing with only these three. Like what you can do is
Wait.
very. I mean nothing. I mean very something very trivial, right?
Wait, no. You can do a. Wait, so mathematics is just completely derived from the laws of logic. Like
No,
one
no, that's
plus
not
one.
true. That's not true. I mean, you need for mathematics, you need Zermelo-Fraenkel, an axiom of choice to have something meaningful. Like even set theory, you don't have it without Zermelo-Fraenkel. You don't have numbers. You don't have one and two and
Well, yeah, I
plus
mean, yeah,
everything.
you'll have abstract constructions, sure, but like what I'm saying is it's like foundational to mathematics and physics and
I
engineering. Like,
agree with you, but it's not enough. I mean, those foundations, those three axioms, are not enough. Not even
but they're
close to be
necessary,
enough.
right? I mean,
Yeah,
sure, they're not sufficient,
yeah,
but like
we
they're
agree.
necessary.
We agree that they're necessary. What I'm saying is it's not enough and wouldn't be enough for anything. Like it's very trivial the stuff that you can do with those three.
I mean, I think
Like
that's the point of laws of logic, that it is trivial, and we can agree on that. Like, that's the
well,
problem with morality axioms. Like, you'll
well,
never find axioms.
that,
Yeah,
I
go
think
ahead.
that's a different discussion. But
Sure.
even if we, what I'm saying is like with you, for example, you were saying if P then Q, right? That doesn't come for the three axioms that you're talking about. Like you need what then means, right? Like you needed to have that in your on your first order language alphabet, the then, right? And then the
No,
you're talking about
it does. It
not
does.
P. What, Mike?
I was saying there's the law of identity and the law of excluded middle. Those are entirely relevant to what you just said.
something needs to remain consistent in order for you to understand what we're talking about. If it's not a constant and it's always changing, then something is never that thing more than once.
No,
So the ability to
what I'm saying is like they are necessary. Like I agree
go
with you
ahead.
guys, it's necessary. But Aditya was giving an example of why just having like not odd premises wasn't enough, right? And what I'm saying is it's not like just adding odd premises that will take us far enough, right? We need more than that. We need a whole language
For what?
of
For what? What's the goal here again?
to
Like, what do you mean
create
by?
a to create a to create a framework for morality,
Well, what
right?
do you mean a framework for morality? Like, so
like
everyone can agree on something like that?
like to make statements about what something to be able to prove statements that something will be true and false in a meaningful way, something that will be useful for society.
Useful.
Like
Okay, useful for society. So like increased utility or something like that of society.
no 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 that
Increased
that
well-being.
Yeah. Same.
well
Increased
that
well-being, increased
depends.
utility, whatever.
No. It's this that has nothing to do with what the premises are, right? The premise could be decreased well-being. I'm not talking about like what the framework is. I'm just saying like if we want to have something useful, like something that we can take to court and argue is was this wrong or was this bad, right? We will need a much more sophisticated set of tools than just having a premise reduce human suffering and like oh you ought to not reduce human suffering, right? That's not enough. You need much more than that.
Enough for me.
I don't think I'm following at all. What much more for what? For convincing people, for taking to court, for making laws, um, for
For
reducing
not
suffering.
killing
Yeah, go
babies.
ahead.
uh, yeah, you need much more than that. If you want to reach a conclusion that killing babies is bad, right, then with those two premises you will not be able, because you need to you need a language, right, to reach those conclusions, and you only had like the three laws of like the classical three laws of logic plus like two more premises. That won't take you very far. Like you won't be able to say a lot of statements on your within your language. You need to increase your language to formally prove to give a formal proof of killing babies is wrong.
But
Yeah.
you would have to have a logic for that language, right, Carlos?
Yeah, exactly. You need to have not a logic, but it's like a language. We call it a first order
I
language.
would call
Structured.
it I would
Okay.
call it a benchmark or a framework.
And
A
and and the
structure,
and the
yeah,
people the
framework.
people debating it have to agree on that language. It's like rules to a
Wait,
football game.
wait. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm not tracking most of this, so I'll probably just stay quiet after this. But
Okay.
um,
Aditya, is that how you pronounce your name?
yeah. I mean, you can just call me Adi. Like this is the first
Adi.
first four letter.
Adi,
Yeah.
will you indulge me to read? Because I just called it up on my library app. Will you indulge? Because he's a much better debater than me. I know I'm appealing to authority here, but can I just read you two paragraphs from Sam Harris's The Moral Landscape?
I think I've read the book, and as I said, yeah, I'm not a big fan of Sam Harris at all. Like, I mean, the whole, like, I disapprove
Most
of what
most
he says.
people most people are, but that's why I want to hear what you have to say to this, because I think this one paragraph. I swear
Sure.
it
Yeah.
take me 2
If
minutes
it's
if you
if
get.
it's okay with the mods, yeah, sure.
Is that okay, guys?
Yay!
Yeah,
Okay.
that
All right.
seems fine.
It's literally one paragraph. Here we go. This is Sam Harris, quote: "Many people seem to think that because moral facts relate to our experience and are therefore ontologically subjective, all talk of morality must be, quote, subjective in the epistemological sense, i.e., based merely, biased, merely personal, etc. This simply is untrue." This is Sam Harris talking, not me. I hope it is clear that when I speak about, quote, objective moral truths, or about the, quote, objective causes of human well-being. I'm not denying the necessarily subjective, i.e. experiential, component of the facts under the discussion. I am certainly not claiming that moral truths exist independent of the experience of conscious beings, like the Platonic form of the good, or that certain actions are intrinsically wrong. I am simply saying that given that there are facts, real facts, to be known about how conscious creatures can experience the worst possible misery and the greatest possible well-being, it is objectively true to say that there are right and wrong answers to moral questions, whether or not we can always answer these questions in practice. I'll stop there.
Yeah, I disagree with that entirely. He literally just said morals, what's it called? Believing that morality is subjective is bad. But I also believe morality is subjective because it's not grounded in anything outside of experience. Like that makes no like he just contradicted himself
Well,
in his
yeah,
own
that
statement.
it's just word salad, and I wouldn't go as far as to say he contradicted himself. But yeah,
But
just word salad.
the way I read it, all right, well, hold on, guys. The way I read it, and I'm not a philosophy major like some of you guys, is he's saying that he's just talking about it in the context of he goes back and forth, sentient human suffering, but let's just even keep it here. He's talking about keeping it in the context of us evolutionarily human beings in the 21st century. Like, if isn't that okay to say, hey, there's a moral truth for these beings? I think
But
there
it's
is.
but
I
it but
don't
it
see how you
seems
can
like he's
argue.
shifting the goalpost there, Caperton. For example, like what if I said, well, if we consider like the Nazi ideology by itself, then the Holocaust was completely justified under those standpoints. But like
If there were
we can't pivot to saying
hold on.
consider if we use it only under this framework. It has to be under the objective framework, which is outside of that perception as well.
But I mean, if we're going to go the Nazi thing, like Nazis or Islamic fundamentalists, or people who think Jesus are coming back, they will do bad things because they have the wrong information. They think Jews are inferior. They think Jesus is coming back. So if they were right about those things, then maybe they're right. Maybe you're going to make more. You're going to make God happy. You're going to make Jesus happy. You're going to make more people happy by getting rid of these people. But that's just an error. That's an error. That's why he calls it moral landscape, and he knows like we're never gonna have enough information to make it the best, to make it. We're not going to create a heaven on earth, at least no time soon. But the idea is to aim for that, and the way to aim for that is to have objective facts, real knowledge in the world. If you don't agree that there's real facts in the world, then then it's subjective. But I do think there are facts in the world. So
No,
I
no,
think
I believe I believe that there are facts. I don't disagree with you on that. I'm an empiricist or somebody who
That's
likes to
objective.
call themselves an empiricist. But if we're looking at things like morality and saying that something like morality could be objective, I think what Sam's arguing.
objective in the context of of the sentient human
Right.
experience.
So that would be my problem. Only because if we're saying that it would be objective in that context, then maybe you can find some way to get me to agree with you. But the issue
But
is
that's what he said.
morality is not in that context. Morality or objective morality as it's usually viewed, like we can take a theist point of view on this and look at they're saying, okay, God's morality is objective because God is the ultimate standard in that sense, and his word is the ultimate standard. If we see that that's why they hold their objective to be moral, we can understand that because outside of whatever humans do or whatever humans think, this is the law, this is the rule, and even if you disagree with it, tough shit, God said so, and that would be their
You
ultimate
can't argue
standard.
with.
But if we're looking from an atheist point of view, that's where the problem starts. Because if
That's
we
not
don't have,
true.
if
I disagree.
wait, no, because if axioms by their nature are subjective and are not grounded in anything, and we were to say that morality in itself is this thing that we view axiomatically, then how are we to say that morality in any sense can even be objective if they're viewing it as an axiom?
Wait.
Because
So
humans don't want to suffer.
atheists
But
can be moral realists, by the way. I just want to clarify that
No,
it's
I
not.
agree that
It
they
doesn't
can be
entail.
moral realists. I
Yeah.
just see that them being moral realists seems kind of inconsistent with no ultimate authority.
Wait. I wouldn't use words
but
like
the,
inconsistent because then the burden would be on you to like show a contradiction. I see what you mean, but I just want to say if like there are fans of moral objectivism here, you should read up on moral realism. You can be an atheist, you can be a non-natural moral realist, and you don't have to be a theist. You don't have to invoke a
Bobby
god.
Like me.
and Bobby, the authority could be, and I argue that it is, our biology, our nature, the way our bodies function is the authority. not a deity, not a god, not anything
And
like
this
Well,
was
but if you were
this
to
was the
say that,
argument
the
I was
issue is
having
that
with the
there's a lot of people
Muslims the other
that
day,
don't.
Bobby.
Don't
This
know,
is
but
that.
the
I
issue
exactly
know.
my
comes.
point.
The
Let me
issue
go
comes
ahead,
when you
Bob.
have people that are born with like psychological defects and become sociopaths, or say I forgot
Right.
which one is the
Yeah,
one that's
but
that's genetic.
that's a small
But at that
percentage.
point, then it's no longer objective at that point because not everybody would be held to
Bobby,
the same standard.
Right.
Bobby
You'd
doesn't
have to.
matter.
We were talking
But
about this earlier. You'd
hold,
have to exclude
hold
people
on,
with brain
Capuchin.
damage and stuff.
Hold on, Bobby. I don't know what. You will always be able to find an exception. You will always be able to find someone that doesn't abide by by the rules of chess, right? Someone will play off the rules of chess. There are the rules for chess are objective, but someone can play a different way if they want to, right? Someone will not. Someone will be an outlier
No,
as a
that rules and
species.
chess
Though,
example doesn't
hold
work
on,
though. Early.
hold on. As a species, species wide, we can, I think it is safe and it is sound to define us, to say that we don't like pain, and we should be able to study our biology and understand that, the right and wrong things that can be done from that knowledge that we gain. I'm not saying that science says anything, but from
Well,
the knowledge that we get of the study of those organisms, we should be able to understand what are going to be the things that are wrong, that are going to be bad, or that are going to be good.
okay, let me just explain why the chess example doesn't work really quick. The reason that the chess example doesn't work here is because there is an objective standard in chess. Those rules are the objective standard. And those objective standards don't change based on who's playing the game. Now, the issue is, for example, I would make the more analogous comparison here to describe the problem that I'm trying to see here is a game where there's already pre-selected options for what the rules could be, but you choose what difficulty setting you want those on and how you want those options there. That's my issue because I no longer want to call those objective because now depending on who's playing the game,
Can I
they
ask
can
you a
choose those
question?
options.
Can I ask
No,
you a
no,
question?
Bobby.
Let me ask him a really simple question. Are the rules, like chess, similar to the way that genes express and build human bodies?
Mm, no.
So the rules of chemistry can't be seen as some
Um,
objective truth of the universe based on the Dirac equation.
Based on what?
The Dirac equation is essentially looks at electron orbits in all molecules, and it's essentially how the mathematics of electron orbits behave, and therefore how DNA gets built, therefore how amino acids get built, therefore how humans' bodies get built. So you don't believe that that's an objective truth?
Well, I'm not seeing where the contention on objectivity is.
Well, I'm going to get there. You just need to give me a couple of yeses or no.
Oh yeah, sure. So I'll say that yeah, sure, I can consider that an objective truth. If what you just stated was true, then yeah, sure, I can say it's an objective truth.
And therefore,
I don't know much about that area, but I'll just say that whatever you're saying is probably credible because it's you. So yeah, I guess I'll say that that would
well,
be considered objective truth.
and then so that DNA blueprint is exactly the DNA blueprint that built your brain while you're in utero in your mother's womb.
Am I saying yes or no to that being objective?
Well, no, I'm just saying that follows on that these rules that govern how electron orbits behave in molecules, they're essentially the same rules that how the DNA then express the blueprint to your brain. And look, I'll just carry on. And then your
Yeah.
brain was born. You are a sapien. You're sapien. You're very similar to all of the other kind of like sapiens, like various different monkeys. And you live in large communities, and then morality emerges from those extended communities of sapiens that have to live together, that become,
Wait,
let's
Rob,
say,
can I ask you a question?
utility fit. Therefore, that's why we're here, because we were successful at reproducing. Therefore, morality has been emerged from some objective truth, which is the Dirac equation.
Wait, what do you mean emerge? So, Rob, it's the same thing. So I'll grant you all of that. I'll grant you, say, in 20 years from now, 100 years from now, we'll exactly know how much pain is being caused by which neuron is firing, whatever. We can map out the entire brain, and we can show that, okay, humans desire survival, humans do not desire pain. I'll grant you all of that. But we would still not be able to go from that descriptive statements to an ought statement. Therefore, we ought not to inflict pain. Therefore, we ought to avoid pain. It's still the same problem. You can have all the science in the
It's
world.
not. It's a weakly anthropic argument, because essentially what it says is The reason why we ought to do it is because it was done, because we became sexually productive, because that is how the morality, or let's just call it behavior, emerged
Okay, let
from the
me
DNA and
let me
self-selection.
present that in an argument. So premise one, it has been done by evolution. Premise two, it promotes our survival. Conclusion, therefore we ought to keep doing it. Like, it just doesn't follow. You see the problem?
No,
Okay, so I
Okay.
think that for me the main problem, I think it could be one or two things. We've absurdly defined what subjective is, especially when earlier when I heard somebody say uh, it bottoms out at subjectivity. Like I I think your biology has something to say about what you prefer, what you end up liking or not. So I would argue that subjectivity may be defined a bit absurd here. And the other thing is that it seems to me like we observe something, and I think Rob is alluding to that. I am alluding to that definitely. But when we're trying to use the language, we've defined that this odd gap exists and that we shouldn't do that. We shouldn't cross it. So I think that somewhere, I think something is maldefined, and that's why we're having the problem. Something I feel like it's miscategorized somewhere, and
I
that's why
think
we're having this odd gap.
I'll be super quick because I know I ramble on. But I think earlier you were on to something there when you said the subjectivity. Subjectivity is subjective, basically. But it's, and now I've lost my train of thought. Subjectivity depends on the biological
For
subjective.
sure. Yeah, go ahead, Then. Yeah, that's true.
Just we're all the same. We're all related, right? We're all come from the same gene pool somewhere way back. So we're all different too, but we're not subjectively. You know what I mean? I don't know if I'm.
It is objectively true that we will have a subjective preference. It is objectively true, based on our biology, that we are going to have a subjective preference. And we can say that there is a range for that preference. When we look at the species, when we look at the whole species, there is a range that our subjective preferences will have, right? We know that some people like BDSM and they like pain. Some people are not into that at all. So you can define the range of what we'll have and define still be accurate to define the species. So I think there's some absurd definition here for subjectivity, or the premises for the conclusion. It is absurd.
But that range is limited by our biology. Is that what you?
That's what I mean. Yeah, that's what I mean.
But I mean, what I think is what Aditya is saying, that you can objectively say that or biology or the chemistry or all these things function this certain way, right? But the problem is, how do you conclude and give a moral how do you reach a moral conclusion out of these objective observations that you've done? I mean, you can observe that the sun comes out, but you
because
cannot make a moral statement out of it.
you
I
can.
think
You
you
just said
can, but it's good
you
that the
ought
sun comes down. But
you
yeah,
ought to behave this way if you want to be sexually successful and pass on your DNA.
yeah.
And
Yeah,
this is
exactly. If
But
so, it's a normative claim, right? The premise one is if you want to be sexually successful or whatever, you ought to behave this way. Premise two, you want to be sexually successful. Conclusion, you ought to. That's fine. That's a valid inference. The problem is if the premise one is just like a descriptive statement that, I mean, I don't know, like you desire X. Premise two, Y gives you X, and premise three, okay, therefore you ought to do
yeah,
something
so
like
I
that.
think
That
we
doesn't
can
work.
fix it very easily, right? You can just throw that premise in, right? So you say, like, we can observe this objectively, and I'm gonna throw this premise in. It's not an objective premise, it's subjective, but you can throw a premise and say we ought to, like, be successfully reproductive or successfully pass our genes, whatever thing you will be the best one. But just throw one more premise, and I think that you will be putting, you will cover all your cross all your T's and dot all your I's.
But Carlos, does it have to, I don't think we have to go to like, oh, if we want to reproduce, like, I mean, I kind of agree that that's a subjective thing. There are asexual people going to piss off the asexual kids. But I would say if you want to, and this is what Sam Harris says, if you want to live in a world that where most people are not miserable, then we ought to do things that make people less.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, you can throw that one in if you feel that's better. Like we can throw that one in. So, let's say we don't want to live in a place where we don't want to live. We ought to not live in a place where people are miserable, right?
Right.
But it's
Or a lot of
more
people.
than that, Carlos. If people behave that way, nobody will be sexually successful, and we won't therefore exist anymore.
Wait, so
And
what,
exist.
Rob? So what though? Like, do we ought to prefer survival? Do we ought to promote survival of the human
Yeah, I'm
species?
kind of with
The same thing.
out of here. Yeah, I don't think you can bring it to the reproductive thing.
Yeah, it's
I don't
still
think you can
But
description.
only bring
but
it.
if we don't reproduce and we're not successful and we don't survive, we're not even
No,
here
we
to
can
ask the
download
question.
ourselves to the Matrix.
Wait, no, so what? Yeah, it's the same thing. Like, so yeah,
That's
we
coming.
that's why we have a
Uh,
desire to. Yeah, go ahead, Oli. Sorry.
I think I've spotted an issue in the way we're seeing the human. So why is it that we keep trying to do this odd thing and cross it into the is, as Aditya said. So this is the way I see it. We have our biology, that our nervous system and our psychology that determines. I think most people here will agree that our pain comes to the nervous system, stress and other things are experienced in the psyche and in the nervous system. And I think that we, as a human species, we have other parts of our brain that are uh, um, having other things emerge that go against the very thing that other parts of our own biology want and desire. So whatever part of I'm talking about the species level. And someone please tell me if this sounds nuts, please. So certain parts of our biology do not want to suffer pain, and we do not want to suffer stress. And there's certain things that we don't want to experience psychologically. And again, there's a range there, right? As a species. But then there are other parts of our brain as a species that keeps creating other things or other system, aka religions or beliefs, that are going against the very thing that other parts of our biology want and desire. So what we're trying to do as we argue through this is, I mean, if you think about it at the species level, we're trying to get rid of the part of our brain or psyche that keeps coming up with things that the other part of our biology is trying to do, like not suffer. Oh, is that a completely like out of bounds, or
Not to
does that make any
You're
sense?
saying
not to interrupt,
they're in
but
conflict. The desire to mate and reproduce is in conflict with the desire.
not to interrupt really quick, but
You got
for
that?
all my math and science bros here, I just got a 94% on my exam on set theory.
Whoa.
Cool, man. Congrats. I can
Congratulations.
do some problems if you want to. Some extra problems if you want.
Please, that would be helpful.
I barely got past algebra, so I'm swimming way over my.
Me too.
The set of Bubby is complete.
But I
Yeah, bro. What are
Uh,
you
failed
drinking,
math.
bro? Give me some of that smart juice, dude. Fuck.
No, it's my schedule with work and school where I cram everything in the last 3 days of the week while I work in the first 4 of them. So like the set theory exam was like, I think 70 something questions that we had to do for it, and I got a 94 that I know of as of right now, until the teacher gives like extra credit for like all the work shown and everything, which might bring me to like a 97. But I got, I'm just very happy that in math for like the first time in forever I've gotten like a really good grade on something that I thought I understood.
That's great. But now in this room, you have to prove why it's good that you ought to get a good grade.
Copperton, Copperton, how did my thing that I just came up with while sitting in the park here. How did that sound
Yeah,
nuts, or I
no,
need
that
to
was
work on it,
rational.
or what?
That was coherent. One of the easiest examples of what you talked about was the fight or flight response. That's like one of the easiest examples that I can point to of something that sometimes is in our favor and our biology works in our favor, and sometimes it doesn't. Like, for example, us randomly getting jump scared at movies. Like, what function does it have for me to scream at the screen? Nothing. And that doesn't really help me out in that sense. It's kind of counterintuitive, especially since I know that it's just a movie and it's not real, etc., and that I shouldn't be freaking out, but I do because my fight or flight response. That would be an example of it failing. So, I mean, what you said isn't completely outlandish.
But at the risk of beating a dead horse here, I still think, obviously we have a lot of things, we've evolved a lot of things that are contradictory, which is why we all have to go to shrinks and stuff. But it's still, in a perfect world, once they really decode the brain, you could, well, is it better for us to keep some of this fight and flight? Is it, is that going to give us a more is that going to give us a less miserable existence, or do we like, when we get into like tinkering with the brain, do we tweak stuff? And I know that's scary stuff, but the point is to aim for that. Like, I mean, so, you got a lot of clubhouses. Oh, let's get rid of fear. Oh, there's a reason for fear. I'm with you there, but I even though there's a lot of conflict, that you can still come back to, but is the net suffering better or worse? To me, it's clear, but maybe
It seems like maybe Caperton, maybe this is just me because I'm like half fried right now, but like, are you kind of like setting your standard as like kind of a utilitarian ethic? Because now we're starting to get into like net good or net bad, etc. Are we going back to like utilitarianism?
It's utilitarian because I want, there's 8 billion people. I want as little suffering of those 8
No,
billion people,
I
and I
agree.
think that's because
I
of my
follow
natural
utilitarian ethics
empathy.
to a point as well. I'm just asking, like, is this a standard that we're going back to say that this is a standard we should hold for morality, which would be the utilitarian standard? Which then my question would be, why ought we adopt the why should I, or why how can you cross the is-ought gap of adopting that utilitarian standard as the objective standard?
Because living in a world where babies are suffering all the time is a terrible world to live in,
But how can
and
you justify that other than the utilitarian
because I have empathy, and not just empathy. Yeah, empathy is the main word. It was an argument against empathy, but I have sympathy for other. Empathy is more like in your own tribe, right? Whatever. I care about how other humans feel, and most humans care about how other humans feel. That's why they're trying to get you into heaven. That's why they're blowing up your buildings.
But
It's
what if
9/11 to
what
get you into heaven,
but
because
my
they
thing
think
is,
God
I know I
wants you.
understand that point, Caperton, but the point that I was leading to was that's based on what you care about.
No, it's based
Just
on what
as
we all
some
care
people.
about. I think every
Oh,
human is
wait,
one with this. That's the
I
difference.
definitely know some historical figures that had no credence for human life. Absolutely not. So I mean, we can't
Those are
really say that that's what
sociopaths.
all people
Sociopaths are the
follow.
exception.
No, no,
Sociopaths or people with bad information, like religious nuts, or what, fascists.
but who decides what's bad information?
We all do. We're born to treat each other nicely and feel good. We all want to feel good. We
Wait,
want
so
our
why
family
is it bad information to you, but not bad information to them?
the bad information is it's unfactual. Information about God, or information about I'm a God, or information about Jews are evil, or whatever it is. It's
How are
all,
we to claim those to be factual or
they are
unfactual?
factually bad. They're factually bad. To think
Because
it's
if
okay to
everybody
make someone
exhibited
suffer is
it,
factually.
we wouldn't exist, Bubby. And if we wouldn't exist, we wouldn't even be here to ask the question.
I mean, again, so what if we didn't? So we have a preference to exist, right? That's in a statement. We ought to exist? Do we ought to prefer to exist?
Right.
Unless your
The thing that
brain
I'm trying to
damaged, you
get to is
want to
that at the end of the
exist.
day, this is all based off what our axioms are, what we believe is the best thing, and that you generally, I'm not saying that we can't have a usual agreed upon thing of what we believe in. I mean, an example of this is when we look at like kids and their political ideologies. A lot of the times it's just based off what their parents had agreed to. So why can't we apply the same standard of that and that collective and the collective, what's it called, what, shit, I forgot what it was called, but just like getting people into a certain mindset or conditioning, that's what it was, this collective conditioning. Why can't we apply that certain moral or certain moral things that we all hold to be true have also been collectively conditioned as well, and that's why a lot of us hold this viewpoint.
Did
So like
did we choose to
like I don't
exist?
understand how we can't do that. Wait, what'd you say, Rob?
Did we choose to exist? I'm kind of confused.
So wait, did we as individuals choose to exist, or can we choose to continue existing?
No, it's not like it's a really meta. Did we choose to exist? Right? Did we choose that the laws of physics that govern the universe are such that suns were created, accretion disks were created, planets were created, water was created, lightning and ultraviolet created
No,
amino
we didn't choose
acids
to
that
do
have
that.
then evolved to life, and those life forms evolved to us today? Did we choose any of that?
No.
Then why is it then saying, oh well, it's, you can't define non-existence to be like a moral choice? We didn't choose to exist. That's just what was thrust upon us by these rules.
I don't understand the point that's being got at here. I'm
Well,
sorry
I
to
think
just not see it,
well,
but
Addy said, is it moral to exist?
Wait, I didn't say is it moral to exist or not.
no.
I
He was
said, do
asking
we?
why ought we exist,
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Like,
or
again, we're all on the.
in the term exist here, I believe, Audie, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the term exist here is in reference to continuing existence, not the existence as it first came about.
I mean, I don't want this conversation to go to like anti-natalism because I haven't fleshed that out yet.
I was thinking about that
So,
too. I was just like,
yeah.
sounds like we're almost at like an antinatalist, like Nietzschean standpoint. But
Yeah, I mean, I'm not an anti-natalist, but anyway, we can have that conversation some other time. But I mean, again, like I think I'm just gonna sound like a broken record now. But yeah, I'm just gonna say the same. Like, I don't think we can cross the Izod gap. Like philosophers have tried to cross it like hundreds of years. Sam Harris has like the worst attempt at it. There are better attempts, by the way. If anyone's interested,
Did you
I
just
can't remember
commit a fallacy there?
what fallacy.
People have tried to do it for hundreds of years,
hasty
therefore it's
generalization,
impossible.
Yeah, well, I don't know.
or like a
I
reverse
didn't say
gamble.
it cannot be crossed. I just said people have tried to cross it and haven't been able to cross it
You know
yet.
when we're gonna be able to cross it, when we do a Vulcan mind meld, when what is it Elon Musk's when our minds can all connect, then we'll know whether or not we all have the same base ethical or moral.
I think my point, Addy, was that you said, oh, you crossing the is ought gap by saying we ought to exist. But my point is that, well, I think it's a reasonable axiom to take because, like, whatever the rules of mathematics and science have led to the fact that life has existed, like it evolved and it exists, and therefore to make the choice to therefore choose a moral framework that then leads to our non-existence, that's more of an active choice than choosing a moral framework that leads to our continual existence. That seems to be like more of a neutral axiomatic position.
I mean, yeah, that's fine. Again, I think I agree. Like the claim is most people prefer to exist. Most people have a desire to continue existing, or any of that lingo. I'm with you 100%. I don't see how you can go from that to therefore you ought to continue existing.
Okay,
Like that just doesn't.
so let's run the clock forward. So we decide that we ought not to exist. So we all exhibit a moral framework that leads to the total destruction of all
Right.
humans on Earth.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then what will evolve on Earth from the bacteria that's on the Earth? It'll just be another, possibly another sapien form. So it just is this continual thing where existence will always try and come about.
So what? Yeah.
And then you're choosing not to exist. That seems to be a stronger moral position to take.
Well, it's not a moral. So, I mean, I would grant all of that if we choose to, I don't know, kill ourselves and like walk hand in hand into existence, into extinction. Sure, we'll all fade away, and then maybe evolution will bring us all about back. Sure, I mean, okay, but that's still a descriptive statement. Again, I'm just gonna sound like a broken record here, but I don't see how you can go from that to therefore we ought to continue existing. Like it just doesn't follow. It's not a valid inference.
I would argue that if suffering got worse, then then maybe we shouldn't exist. Like, but while there's the potential
for us to have less misery and more enjoyment in life, then we should. I know you're saying I can't do this, but I'm doing it anyway. Then we should do that. We should try to make.
Yeah, we don't have choice to exist in the first place, but after we realize that we have the choice, then it becomes a desire, not only to exist, but how we want to exist. And that's where it kind of gets gray. Yeah, from the get-go, I agree. There's no choice. We didn't choose to be born. We didn't choose to be the way we are or how we are, right? But once we have the ability to recognize these things, we then can place a value on existence versus non-existence, and then we can move towards a direction that we prefer. And there's better ways to go about those either direction. Most people desire to exist in a state where they're not suffering pointlessly, right?
That's kind of one of my.
Isn't the underlying sorry?
No, I was done.
Isn't the underlying purpose of life to survive?
I don't believe life has a purpose. I think the ability to that wanting to survive is a desire. I don't think that we have to
I'm
be
not
here.
saying want. But I'm saying that all life survives, reproduces, feeds, survives, reproduces. If it doesn't do that, then it's no longer life, then it dies. But all life on this planet is completely doing that same cycle over and over. Survive, breed, survive, reproduce, survive, reproduce. That is the underlying purpose of life, from my perspective, is survival. Everything else is built on top of that.
I think
I
that's.
believe it's I believe
Bishop,
it's
I
a
would say that.
necessity. Those are the necessities of life, but I don't think the necessity and purpose are the same thing.
Yeah.
Right? I think.
Sorry, Mike. I was just gonna say, Bishop, that I agree with you. I think that's what our evolution is based on. But yeah, purpose is a construct that thinking humans who have gotten to a certain like I don't think apes or below think of it as a purpose. So you can't say that all life has that purpose. You can, as humans, we can look back and say,
I can. All life. The purpose of all life is to ensure the survival of genetic material. That's what all life is doing. Whether it's through complex ways of using language to cooperate with the members of the species in order to ensure survival, or you're consuming predators, life all does that. It is trying to survive, to reproduce its genes over and over and over again. That is foundation to life. If you take that one thing away, you don't have life anymore. If life doesn't do those things, life doesn't exist. It's like part of the definition of what life does is
So
to
so
survive and
Bishop,
reproduce. Yeah.
Bishop, if we build a building, right, and it's a structure. Thank you. The necessities of that structure requires X, Y, and Z. What you label that building and the purpose of that is second to the necessity of how that thing needs to remain strong enough to support whatever you want to put in. So I agree with you. Like, you're welcome, baby. The necessities of life are the requirements X, Y, and Z. Once those are established, then we can go about our purpose.
So
but
I would just say that purpose follows intent and will. There can be no purpose if there is no intent and will to begin with, right? So survival of life can just be its inherent characteristic. But to call it purpose, there has to be will and intent before that.
Can I try to steel man? Can I steel man Bishop's argument? And Bishop, tell me if you agree. I think what Bishop's getting at is that anything like we build a building, and then what we do in that building, at some point, it leads back to I come home today. I play with my dog. We play tug of war. That's because she's practicing hunting, even if she doesn't know it. I'm going to watch the Jets tomorrow. Probably lose, but I want them to win because it's a tribal thing where I want to fight for resources, and it's like it's a metaphor for. So, is that what you mean? That like even things that we think are not related to surviving are at some point at least echoing that.
No, if you want to use the idea of a building, like instead of a species, that building, the only reason that building exists is because two buildings before it made it and decided to breed and have another building. The only reason I'm here is because my parents chose to survive and breed. And if I do that, if I keep doing that, that's life. If I stop doing that, then my family line dies. And that's why we fight so hard to survive, or fight so hard for our children to survive. Because the underlying intent of all life is to ensure the survival of genetics.
But
its base at the very foundation of the building is not like what the building's for. The building was put there as a means of surviving the previous buildings when he was building a set of people.
But
Yeah. So
then you
Bishop, you
use
said
them, and
my
you want to see what the
parents
building.
chose.
Go,
You
go
said
ahead,
my
Michael.
parents chose to survive. That's what you said, and I agree with that. Your parents desired this thing, and then based off of the desire, it's like if I am desiring to continue to exist, what are the requirements of existence? The requirements of existence based off of the biology that we find ourselves here having is we need to eat, we need to reproduce, we need to adapt, etc. After that is established, then we can have purpose, where we want to live, how we want to live, how high, if I want a boy or a girl as my offspring, what kind of food I like. I mean, all of those things come into play. So that's what I mean by the building. I understand what you're saying in regards to reproduction. That is a requirement to further, I guess, establish a better society or species. But and then that can be a desire in itself. Some people want a larger family, but the necessity to me is separate than the purpose.
I think purpose is the wrong word, because you're seeing it as a higher standard, a higher level need. And that's one of the very, very base longing of life is to survive and breed. That is the foundation of it all, is us surviving and breeding. You notice that when my survival is no longer ensured, no longer possible, like everything falls apart. If my children, sorry, my children is no longer possible, like my everything falls apart, and I'm ready to embrace nihilism or go on violence, or do whatever else I have to do to try to save myself and save my genetic material. But that whole drive, I believe, is the very base foundation, the base longing, the base purpose, the base whatever you want to call it of life, has to be survival and reproduction. If it's not, then the life falls apart. That is the primary thing that keeps life going, is
Yeah,
the
I
need
get
to
what I get
reproduce
what
and yeah,
I would
that's
I
what I'm
would
saying.
I would say necessity is pretty much objective, right? We tend to operate mostly the same way, and I would say that purpose is the subjective aspect after necessities are um, fulfilled, basically.
And I'm
Bishop, how
saying
would you?
all life, all, not just like humans or dogs or cats. I'm applying it to all life from bacteria to Alfonso,
But
Yeah,
but
I
um
wouldn't
but
say bacteria has a purpose.
to
but
survive
but
Thank you
and
for putting
reproduce.
me at the top of the food chain.
You're welcome, sir. No, bacteria has a purpose: to survive and reproduce, survive, reproduce, survive and reproduce.
but
Everything it
Bishop,
does is those things.
but, but Bishop, in the context of modern humans, how do you explain people who decide not to have kids and they still want to live and they still get chemotherapy if they get cancer and they still want to download themselves to the matrix? Maybe, I mean, like, the will to live is not completely tied to reproduction and I mean, at least for modern.
Absolutely, 100%. I'm saying this is the foundation. I mean, so it
Yeah.
starts like this. Me as a human, I want my genetic material to survive. I want to find some place to eat. I want to find some shelter. I need to survive. Once I have kids, well, guess what? Now I need to find a way to make for my kids to survive, because I know they have a longer life expectancy than I do. That's what I do to ensure my genetic material survives. Let's say I want to do a family now. Well, now you know that if I cooperate with this family, my chance of survival increases tenfold. When humans cooperate with each other, we can build hydroelectric dams. We can start NASA. We can do all kinds of amazing, crazy things. War, genocide, all things possible, and cooperate. So if I'm going to cooperate with other people, then I have to have rules of moral rules of how we're going to behave between each other, and that's like the foundation of all the rules in our society. And humans are very, very complicated. We have you have legal things you have to adhere to. You have certain religious moral rules or moral personal rules you have to adhere to. You have local customs and courtesies you're expected to know. If someone raises their hand and waves at you, you don't make eye contact and ignore them in this country. You have to wave backwards, see as rude. Those little tiny little rules are all about us being a cohesive group, getting along with each other, and kind of working better in cooperation. So, like, what we can have kids? I mean, just kill yourself? No. But these people that don't have kids, you'll see they're trying to find some way to add back to the species, like reading a book, mentoring, anything they can to kind of give back, because they can't reproduce. They
So
find other
you're
ways to kind of
sorry to cut you
fulfill
off. You're not
that
talking.
need.
You're not talking just on the individual. You're talking as a society and as a species in the totality of it.
Yeah, I'm saying there's layers upon layers that are built on top of it that allows for things like suicide, or allows things like sacrificing myself for the tribe when my kids are already safe. There are all kinds of situations that evolutionary concerns for reproduction and survival are really at the base of it. I can tie this on anything back to those things, and I think that, so let's talk about purpose of life being finding meaning or significance. I get that, But under it all, there's one thing that drives us. It's this drive to survive, this drive to reproduce, this drive to take care of our children.
The selfish gene, yeah. I don't disagree. Gotta go. See you guys.
See you, Cap. So to kill the vibe of the room, I just woke up and I woke up in a foul mood. Apologies if I was kind of brash.
Can we just say you're wrong instead of getting an apology?
You can go fuck yourself, Marquis. Unless you have a better argument or some sort of like concrete critique of my perception or my perspective. So I want to listen to it. I just haven't found anything better that I can see is the very foundation of morality and foundation of life on this planet rather than just surviving.
There's a solution to it. You just have to give up your idea of having a free will. That's salvation, brother.
Yeah, I can't do that. I'm not sure if any of you guys have free will, but I know I sure as fuck do.
By you saying that you can't do it, you actually agreed with us.
I didn't say I can't do it. I said I don't think you guys have free will. I think a lot of you are just robots. But I know I'm not. I have the ability to choose otherwise at any time. And oftentimes I do.
I'm just playing with you.
Oh, thank God I was sharpening my sword over here.
I'm actually also playing hide and seek with my daughter, so that's why I'm distracted and quiet.
Wow, you are a multitasking motherfucker. Good for you.
Yeah, because I have to pretend for a long time that I couldn't find her.
So I woke up about 20 minutes ago. What did I miss today? Anything else exciting going on?
No, I was in and out of the room. I thoroughly enjoyed the discussion on morality here. I don't even realize, I didn't even realize when Early left, right? So I was here for half of the room, I guess.
I still don't quite understand street epistemology. I understand the purpose, but I don't know how to do it. I try to watch the videos, but they always do so high level. Like, I try to do this, I try to do that, instead of saying, these are the questions you ask. And these are the series of questions you ask. And let's say dig deep. I probably should watch more videos on it, huh?
I'm actually reverse. I don't get the point. Like, I want to hear it. Like, what are they trying to prove?
I think they were trying to ensure that people believe for good reason, like have good reasons for believing what they believe.
Yeah, on whose standard? It's like, I'm like, okay. I had that conversation today. It's like, if the conclusion doesn't matter, but not all the time.
Yeah, I thought it was. I thought it was to maintain the relationship and retain the rapport, while getting people to dig deeper into their base beliefs. But like I said, I'm not pro on this stuff yet. I'm still learning it.
But it's kind of like, I don't know. It's like, what about yours? Like, to me, it's a business model. I see it as that.
Mike, do I smoke weed and go to the gym or apply for jobs? I need your advice, coach.
What did you
Mind if
say?
I comment on what street epistemology is supposed to be?
Well, hold on. I want to hear what you said. You said smoke weed or what?
Smoke weed and go to the gym, or stay home and apply for jobs.
Dude, go to the gym, bro. 100%.
Thanks, coach.
So, from my understanding, street epistemology is it's just a conversational technique using Socratic methods. So, like, there is no like list of questions that just like magically exist that would help you in every single situation. So that could be a part of like the confusion there. If you watch enough videos, you probably can get like just a better understanding of applying the technique. But again, it's more of a technique and not just like a list of questions. But it's just like a way of communicating ultimately. So
So
like if you guys don't have like
the technique to use open-ended questions or closed-ended questions?
Socratic questions, so you can ask the goal is to ask questions to for both of you to understand on the same grounds of what that information means, like whatever your response means. As long as you both understand it, then you guys can move forward in the conversation. It's
Okay,
not
let's
necessarily
do it.
about like
We want to do a demonstration
getting
then.
to
Come on, you want to do a demonstration on me?
Sure. To the best of my ability,
Go.
I'll try. So like what would be a belief that you would want to explore?
I don't like having my beliefs poked at. So what kind of belief would be a good one?
See,
Why
that's what
so
I mean. That
let's start
question
there.
right there.
Why don't that's interesting in itself. Like why don't you like your beliefs being poked at?
Well, it takes a lot of energy to like really examine base beliefs sometimes, and I don't always have the mental strength to do it. But I'm willing to do it today. I'm just not sure what base belief I can give you that we can pick apart at.
So it wouldn't be that you have a fear of changing your mind. It's more so you just are not familiar with what this process might be like.
No, just the process makes me nervous, like digging into like deep held beliefs sometimes, and kind of uncomfortable sometimes. That's all I mean. I'll do it. I'm just not sure what kind of belief you'd like to like look at. Like I believe that dogs are better than cats. I believe that ciders are better than beer. What kind of belief?
So, one way of looking at this is the word belief. So, belief is something that you accept as true, and sometimes you might accept opinions as truth. So, you might be like, red is the best color. So, that's something you might accept as true, but it's clearly like an opinion. Or it might be something that is again like it's called street epistemology, something grounded in like what is part of reality. For me, it'll be like the sun is at the center of the solar system, which is more of a fact, and then you could have a belief on that as well. So typically with most street epistemologists, and this is not necessarily the case for today, but typically what people try to do is find a belief that they find is like a core and essential. Again, that's probably uncomfortable, but
Okay, I
core
got
and
one.
essential to you.
I got one then. I have the base belief that you have to fuck up to grow up in this lifetime, and that you have to make mistakes in order to become the person you need to be, and you need to be compassionate towards yourself when you make these mistakes.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, you hold it true that like people need to make mistakes in order to learn and grow.
Yes, yes, and expect to make mistakes in life.
Uh, on a scale of like 1 to 10, how confident are you that this is the truth? Like, do you believe this is true like universally, or just in some cases, in
No,
most
no, I
cases?
think there'll be exceptions of people that are born into abject wealth that have their entire life paved in front of them. They will still find small mistakes that will become these mountains out of molehills for them because they don't have really a good reference. But for most of us, we don't have all the tools we need when we left home. We're going to marry the wrong person or date the wrong person. We're going to get in the wrong job. We're going to make poor choices, and we need to be cognizant of the fact that that is a necessary part of living. And then when we do make those mistakes, be compassionate towards ourselves and also be compassionate towards other people making the similar mistakes because we aren't all 100% sane as humans.
So there was a lot of like tangential beliefs inside there, but like if we were to circle around back to basically sounds almost like a Russian saying, like you need to struggle in order to grow. Um, when in regards to that belief, is this something that you have like a personal attachment to and seen for yourself, or do you just observe it in other people? Like, how did you come to the conclusion that this is something that's true?
Um, it was a lesson I had to learn in my own life. Making major mistakes, and I was raised in a family without any type of compassion towards So I'm just saying, so you're taught that, if you do good, God rewards you. If you do bad, God punishes you, and really it's on you as an individual. So when things went bad, real bad, I would turn on myself, suicidal ideations, cutting, other stuff like that. Before I realized that this is some bad programming put in my head, and then be more compassionate towards myself and realize that a big chunk of life is you trying to recover from fuck ups you make, and that's okay. It's supposed to be like that. Anyone that says it isn't you know, isn't being honest.
What would the world look like if you didn't have to struggle, but you still were able to learn things?
Heaven, boring.
Interesting. So yeah, basically that was sort of it. It's hard for me to continue on examining your belief because I actually 97% agree with you.
And it's hard,
I don't.
right?
I
It
mean,
makes sense, right?
I don't have the. I don't have the same like foundational belief in like the deities and supernatural coincidences and stuff. But I do think that in order to learn, you have to make mistakes. So from that perspective, it's hard for me to be super objective. But like as you can see, I was still able to challenge you and make you think about why you had such a belief, even if we agreed, just to get. Because what if I didn't have the same understanding of the words, even like sometimes this conversational technique is about using the same, like getting to the base of what definitions are, and just it's more about like understanding the person you're talking to, and less about necessarily just challenging for challenging. Because again, like you could be religious and use this technique. It has nothing to do with like religion per se. I know this is, I guess, the atheism room.
Atheism Club.
Atheism club.
Wait, you guys are atheists?
I don't know if that's a joke or not.
Yeah.
I'm not. I'm not.
I'm not either. I lean atheistic, but I'm not an atheist.
What does that mean?
It means I tend to not believe in God rather than believe in God, but I'm not willing to adopt the moniker of a word.
I mean,
Atheist.
you're either convinced that a God exists or you're not convinced that a God exists.
I'm agnostic. I'm apathetically agnostic.
I mean, correct. It means that you don't know that a God exists. But I'm saying, I guess you're either currently convinced that a God is out there, or you're not convinced currently that a God is out there. And of course, that could change at any second. You could be like, oh, based on how I even asked that question, like, maybe I'm not. Like, it could, and then tomorrow you'd be like, actually, I am. But
I think
in
I still
general,
hope. I hope there's a God, but I'm pretty 95% sure there isn't.
ooh, hope. That's an interesting word. I mean, I hope I have $1 million tomorrow, but
What if you're not sure, but just in case you don't do certain things that would violate God's rule?
that's an interesting. Oh,
Like I don't masturbate just in case, because I don't want God to see me, doing my thing. But I'm still not sure.
You're a
so
poor balls.
I want to be completely. Uh, there's actually like science behind that. The thought of invisible people of any sort, ghosts or dead relatives looking at you, or even portraits, you tend to have different behavior based on whether or not those beliefs are within you. So
Correct.
perhaps that, yeah, so like perhaps that's a good thing for you necessarily.
So would you agree that functionally I'm operating as a theist, at least at certain times, even though I'm considered agnostic?
I would argue that me knowing that that exists as a phenomena, I'd
Hmm.
rather do good things for good reasons instead of doing a good thing because of invisible,
No, no, I get
like
that, but
portraits.
I'm saying in reference to the you either do or you don't, and then the whole agnostic position. So functionally, if you live your life, let's just say you're unsure, and because you're unsure, there are certain things that you don't do just in case you don't want to violate God. Wouldn't you say that you're functioning at that time as a theist?
Not, I mean, so like it's almost like taking words to be prescriptive instead of descriptive. Like to me, it doesn't matter what labels you take,
Yeah.
and I mean, if you want to, again, like if you woke up tomorrow and be like, actually, I'm a theist, it wouldn't matter that much to me. To
No, I'm
me,
saying like
I
if a theist has a way of living, and I'm not sure that I'm a God, that there is a God, right? But when it comes to certain things that theists are required to do or not do, and I find myself not doing certain things just in case there is a God and I don't want to violate that God. At the time I'm not, yes, my love, at the time I'm not doing that thing, am I technically functioning as a theist?
I would argue yes. Again, I mean, I sort of did answer this by saying like it's not real. Like if you're convinced, you're either convinced or you're not convinced at the end of the day. And yes,
No,
you
but
might be doing some
if you're
things.
not sure though, if you're not sure and just in case you don't do certain things, you're not necessarily convinced. You're just at certain times functioning in a way to
Like
kind of like
Pascal's wager.
Okay,
uh,
I'm gonna try to say it in different words because earlier I said like you would you can act. What you're saying is that you're acting as if a God exists, and that was the first thing I sort of led with like the portraits and the ghost people. So I'm just trying to say it in different ways.
no,
But if you
it's kind of like I don't know if I'm going to get in a car accident. I don't anticipate that I will, but I put my seatbelt on because there might be a chance that there is, right? I don't drive
but
down the street and speed because there might be a cop, even though most of the times I drive down that street, there is not a cop.
so
So if
this
I
was
drive,
I
go ahead.
actually like to this example a lot. What I say is it's either I have $1 million underneath my bed or I don't have $1 million underneath my bed. There's only two options. But what is the probability of me having $1 million under my bed? So, like, it sounds to me when you're referencing the seatbelt type
Yeah.
of thing you're
The
doing
difference in your
that
analogy
you're
though is
saying
that
like
like
we
how do you function with the thought? So I'm talking about functional kind of like performances or like lifestyles versus just a hypothetical of $1 million. So let's just say hypothetically, I I think I have $1 million under my bed. Would I function in life as if I had $1 million?
to me it's more important whether or not you have $1 million or not
I,
whether or not
I,
you're
I,
functioning.
I, I understand that, but if you function as if you do have it because you're either sure or you're not sure, right? That can have an effect on you. So what I'm saying is that like when we're talking about something like an intangible, unexplainable, like almost unknowable thing like God, and there's certain things that I don't do because just in case God's looking at me at that time, I'm saying like that means I'm an agnostic, and at some point I'm functioning as a theist.
So take like you keep thinking that I'm not understanding you and sort of repeating a little bit. What I'm
No, I'm
trying to say
repeating a
with the
lot.
$1 million with the $1 million example is
Yeah.
with the is only two possibilities, but the probabilities are you don't know the probability. The thing is when we have something that is impossible or not even knowable, then we don't have like there is an actual probability when it comes to $1 million
Yeah.
underneath my mattress. There
Yeah.
is no probability of there being a married bachelor.
I
Like it,
understand that. I understand the fact that we have no examples of a God. We can't assess the probability because probability requires some type of like potential at least. We don't even know if God's potentially there, which is why
okay, yeah. So
we,
I just not yeah. Okay, I didn't know you understood that. So that's why I'm like trying to get to that point where I'm like, if we don't actually know what is possible yet, then it's hard to talk about probabilities. But it sounds like you actually understand that. It
yeah.
just
So
didn't sound like you did at first.
no,
But
I'm totally fucking with you, bro. I'm a hardcore atheist, but I'm just saying like I was just going with the bishop.
if it's not possible, wouldn't you say that the probability is zero and that's it?
Hey, I don't
I
know.
maybe.
I think that something that is possible has a probability of zero, and something that is certain, it's a probability of one, right? Or 100%, whatever you want to.
Something that I guess if I'm understanding you correctly, you're saying it's something that is possible has then probabilities. Something that is not possible does not have probabilities. Is
No,
that what you're trying to say?
no. What I'm saying is like you can give a probability to everything, even the most extreme cases, which is it's certain and it's not possible, right?
I
So the
don't.
not possible, the probability of something that is impossible is occurring is zero. That's the probability. So but it still has a probability, right?
I think we just said the same thing. Someone else could be more objective and let me know if we did say the same thing or not.
I mean, if we say the same thing, then we're in
Carlos,
agreement
what's
then.
the difference between zero and non-existent, in your opinion?
No, that in this case, we're assessing the probability of something existing, and if that probability is zero, that means that that thing doesn't exist,
Okay, yeah, I
right?
get what you're saying then. Then yeah, there's no probability if we don't have any examples of it, or even the potential.
Yeah, to me, it sounded like we said the same thing.
Okay, it's because when they say there is no probability, it sounds to me that it's something that it's not computable. And for me, saying zero is not that it's saying it doesn't have a probability. It's just saying the probability is zero, which is a different thing than not having a probability.
Well, the probability is unknown because nothing has even potentially exposed itself to even be probable in the first place. So it's like to even give it a value, which is why I asked you the difference between something non-existent is what I'm referring to. If I just make something up right now in my head and I said, what's the probability of that existing? But you didn't know I made it up, right? It's like, because you can't falsify it and because we have no examples of it, how could you ever assess probability of that?
Yeah, I mean, but that's I think that that's a different question. Like if we are able to compute it, like if you provide me enough information, maybe we can compute it, right? Like
That
if
information is the probability. Like the fact that someone that would give you information that it would be possible is the information on the probability of it. So
yeah, I don't agree with that. But let's say yeah, okay, fine. I mean, if you can give me the probability, then there you go.
yeah, like
That's we
if I
can get
say,
the
hey,
answer.
I have a Galoopa loop in my house right now, you'd be like, I have no clue what that means, or if it's probable or possible. But then if I define my Praboopa loop as my Scrabble board, you'd be like, oh, okay, like not only is it possible, it's likely probable. Like the probability is like 90% because I know most Americans have Scrabble boards, so like you can assign a possibility, yes, and then you could assign a probability, 90%. But it was only because you got more information about what I'm referring to.
Okay, I mean, I in agreement that you cannot solve problems if you don't have enough information. I understand that. I agree with that.
So, Mike, I was a little confused. You said you are a theist or you are not. I was
No,
sort
I'm
of
an
confused.
atheist. I was just playing with the idea. Uh, yeah, I'm an atheist. I just fucking, sorry, my wife is fucking weird.
Uh, I was like, because you're a mod, so I was just like very confused for a second.
I'm a mod.
Uh,
Oh,
oh,
I
we mod theists.
Oh,
yeah.
really?
Yeah, we mod everyone.
We need to try to balance mod board, theists and atheists and weirdos.
Huh.
We're very egalitarian here. It's kind of the result of not having a god.
There are actually moral theists, if you guys don't believe.
I've met one.
What is a moral theist?
Well, a theist who is not out killing, murdering, and pillaging.
Oh, okay.
Wait,
What?
why would I think that they didn't exist?
Because theists often say that atheists are amoral, so I'm taking the opposite stance.
Oh, I see.
I
Sorry,
mean,
my like sarcasm and a joke meter is pretty terrible.
In your defense, the delivery of
Hang
these jokes has been very dry.
hang out with me long enough, and you'll be laughing at nothing. At dad.
Yeah, follow Alfonso and Mike. They're good people. Carlos is good too. I'm kind of a real,
thank
I'm kind
you,
of a vicious
Bishop.
little asshole, but the other three guys in this room are actually pretty cool people. And I'll follow you too, bro. I like
No,
people that are
Bishop,
able to
you're
like
right.
articulate
I'm
their
the
position. Oh yeah, fuck. Sorry. Yeah, follow me, Alfonso and Carlos. Don't follow Mike. He's a fucking asshole.
That's what you're like. I don't want to contribute myself to the A word. I'm like, huh? There's plenty of A words out there.
Was there an actual street epistem? I mean, I know I came in and started explaining street epistemology. Was there an actual talk with
Yeah,
people actually
3
doing
hours
it
ago.
earlier?
Yeah, 3 hours ago there was.
We have a Street Epistemology Room every Saturday, 3 Eastern Standard Time. Today was with guest Dali from JugglingLessons on YouTube.
What was the belief that was being expected?
There wasn't actually. I mean, we had someone making a few claims, and we were questioning him, and we didn't just tackle one belief.
I think that we need to cap to invite one of these anti-vaxxers. I've been trying for 2 weeks to bring one to the street epistemology, but being unsuccessful.
They are entrenched. Entrenched. And by they, I mean the 2 or 3 I've talked to.
Yeah.
I have family members that are that way, hardcore. My
My
neighbor tried to put a magnet on me.
Dude, my mom
I'm not
sent me
lying.
videos of how depopulation, how Anthony Fauci is trying to depopulate the U.S. using the UN. It's like, Mom, you've lost your fucking mind. Why would people want to depopulate the planet like that? But she's a Christian, so she's got a lot of faith beliefs. She's fine holding on to stuff with no evidence, but it's just kind of sad because she is, I mean, compromised. But you're trying to tell me not to get my kids vaccinated because of they'll get turned magnetic or whatever. It's just fucking insane. It's total insanity. I understand there are misinformation campaigns being run on social media in the U.S. by Iran, China, and Russia. There have been stories on CNN and Fox News about that. So like we're having help, but America just seems so willing to believe whatever kind of conforms to their overall belief. They'll latch onto it, glom onto it, just hold it tight. It's kind of sad.
What do you think is a good manner and way, other than street epistemology, to tackle misinformation?
Kill them.
Invest in education. Start having every kid be paid for schooling through the first 16 years. Make it mandatory after 12th grade, but make it free. We have a more educated population that talks about things like logical fallacies and conspiracies and history. You'll have a better understanding instead of them being high school dropouts and then being QAnon fans thinking they understand how the world works. So invest in education.
I don't think that's enough. I mean, for me, I think that you have to actively prevent misinformation. And I know that's against First Amendment, but I am willing to put boundaries on the First Amendment, at least U.S. First Amendment, the freedom of speech. I'm willing to put boundaries there.
I am not, Carlos. I completely oppose you.
No, but Carlos, the thing is that like, what about truths that are absurd and like unbelievable, we are likely to limit those just because we categorize them as, you know, not possible or something like that. Like
Yeah,
I can see that
and
happening.
also, what if a
So I
different
haven't
government you
said
didn't like decided what was true and
I,
use
I
and
I
use
didn't
that
say
as a
what the
basis?
limits I would put, right? But I mean, I wouldn't put limits on like people praying to God or thing because I believe it's ridiculous. I would put limits on advocating for things that could be harmful. So, yeah, if you think that like I should allow people to claim that vaccines are wrong and therefore kill thousands of people, I would say, yeah, it's probably more beneficial for us to not allow people to even say these kind of things
Well, maybe we already
than
have
to
that.
allow them.
You can't go into a theater and yell fire. So maybe we
Exactly.
already have that to a degree. But
Yeah, but we don't have it. But we don't have it to the degree that we need to. But we do know, we understand that uh, rights have limits, right? We're not. The problem is that we're trying to make like this right as absolute. Like there's nothing that is more important than the First Amendment, or there's nothing more important than your Second Amendment and things like that. That's the problem that I see. Like they are not supposed to be absolutes.
So I'm gonna just say this. I'm gonna actually go off to read. I think that the fact that we are that we think and we have the issue that we have, I think is not a coincidence. Lack of critical thinking, I think, is a very much an intentional thing, and this may be a little bit conspiracy theory, but it is better to have people that are good workers and not good thinkers, and I think this is on purpose.
It's better to have what?
Ultimately, good workers than good thinkers. People that are able to go into an assembly line and create uh, consumer products and work on an assembly line. It's better to have that than to have people that are critical thinkers and philosophers and such. And so I think that early on, part of our educational system has been made to, and this is conspiracy theory. I acknowledge that it's created so that the outcome is not critical thinkers. It is not philosophers or people that have a high level, education, a high level of education. And so I think all of this stuff that we're going through is all on purpose, in some way, directly or indirectly intentional. Um, and it's more beneficial to have people that are that are more susceptible to manipulation, especially by the media, because it serves the powerful and the capitalists. And that is as far as my conspiracy theory goes.
I actually just think that it's just money at fault. I mean, media makes a lot of money on just making things hysterical and like laughable. Like if you're from the medical field, you're like, oh yeah, ivermectin is just another drug, but then the media will spin it into a horse thing at a certain size and say that certain people are taking it, which is true. But like clearly, it's that media is just making tons of money and they don't want to stop.
But I don't think like I think it's not like the media is causing this. Media is partly responsible because they are the ones that are communicating, right? But once again, freedom of speech, which I think it should be limited. But I think that the reason why the media does this is because people like to consume these kind of ideas, right? So the blame of all of these, I would not put it on like corporations or like like the Illuminati are like governing us, but rather I'll say this is the way that human nature are. Like we like to consume morbid and like just conspiracy theories are part of the entertainment of the human beings. We I don't, for some reason we like those kind of things.
But
Hence. hence we should limit it, right? Freedom of speech, so that uh, sort of like preemptively prevent this kind of problems that conspiracy theories create.
But the less critical thinking you have, the more susceptible you are to adopt conspiracy theories that are absurd or outlandish. You, your heuristics and your method of like what constitutes knowledge is completely broken. So things get in as knowledge much more when you have bad critical thinking, right? Any information can register itself as knowledge when when you're not able to like put it through a critical thinking process.
I agree with you, but I'll say that even well-educated people, if they are like taken by misinformation in the right angle, right, they still fall prey of this because I don't know, because that's the way we are, right? And it's not only about education. I think education it's falls short. Uh, we need to be more proactive on saying like just not gonna be allowed to say bullshit that can harm others. Like if you're a flat earther, I mean, I'll be like, okay, I mean, who you're hurting? That's probably not no one, right? Except the guy who decided to throw himself in a rocket, but that was like self-inflicted. So I would be fine with that. But if you're gonna try to say like, oh, like uh, George Soros is trying to create this vaccine to kill you, then I think that that's a problem, right? First of all, you put in danger the life of someone, George Soros, which I'm sure like a lot of people want to kill. So that in the first instance, like that's also not protected for the First Amendment, okay? But second, you saying that the vaccine is going to be a problem, it's going to kill a lot of people. So why should we allow it? Like we shouldn't be allowed it in the first place and say like, oh, we're just going to educate them and they're not going to they're going to be able to understand it. They're not going to be able to understand it. You're going to fall short from preventing a lot of deaths that are preventable.
Can some people say that could there be some people that are allowed or qualified to say that these vaccines could kill people, or is it all people should not say that? I'm trying to like find a saving grace with your theory. I categorically do not agree. But like in your worldview, would we prevent everyone from saying that, or could a professional say these vaccines could kill?
I mean, I think that the I would say that professionals could definitely say these things, right? And they can present evidence and whatnot and so on. But so I'm not going to the statement that you cannot challenge um, this kind of we shouldn't have whistleblowers or things like that, or you cannot challenge the vaccines or anything for that matter. My problem is when you are actively misleading, right, with things that are like patently false, like you saying that you're gonna have a microchip or you're gonna like things that they are provably false that are like not not even close to be a contentious issue, right? That's what we shouldn't allow.
And there you have it. I hope you enjoyed this episode of the podcast. And once again, we have moved the Street Epistemology Room into the Street Epistemology Club. So join us there. And until next time, keep asking questions.